Chapter 439. Chu Tian, tell me. Meng Yingying sat in the arena's lounge, her two slender and beautiful legs crossed. She first looked at the forest aborigines lining up in the lower hall, then looked at the several mirrors that were playing the battle scenes on the wall. Her delicate and beautiful face was not without pride as she said, "How is our virtual arena doing?" This was the first spiritual domain, result of Meng Yingying's cooperation with the flower fairies. It could create a completely harmless spiritual space, allowing people to maintain the same abilities in the illusion as in the real world. Therefore, it was impossible to cause actual damage when fighting in the virtual arena. The most important thing was that Meng Yingying had completed the live broadcast of the virtual arena in the real world, because the virtual arena used source energy arrays and crystals to create illusions. The illusions could be transmitted to the real world through several methods. Then it could be transmitted to a video player or a normal image transferring mirror. So people in the real world could see the battles in the virtual arena. After the spiritual network was established, people from all over the world could compete in the virtual arena. This kind of battle would not result in casualties or enmity, nor would it cause severe damage because of the battle. Those who pursued the path of martial arts could directly observe the duel of experts and comprehend it. Ordinary people could also directly appreciate this kind of unreserved duel and experience the art of combat. This would inevitably become a trend that people would chase after, and there was a large business potential hidden in it. When the virtual arena became popular in the future, even if it was just a small fee, it would be enough to make a large profit. Nan Gongyun was even more whimsical. She wanted to open a casino, she wanted to hold competitions, and she wanted to turn the virtual arena into a culture. Nan Gongyun was a very combative person. This kind of virtual arena was simply the best place for her to relax. She imagined that whether it was for combative people, gamblers, or ordinary people, the virtual arena would have a broad market. Meng Qingwu also expressed her support for this proposal. Chu Tian deliberately poured cold water on her. "You're satisfied with this? I'm telling you, with this virtual arena of yours, I can find at least a dozen flaws." "Impossible." Meng Yingying's almond-shaped eyes immediately widened, and then she felt a little guilty. Tell me about it." Chu Tian took a sip of tea and said, "I've already noticed that the time in the virtual coliseum is half that of the real world, so what we're seeing in the real world isn't a live broadcast at all. When the battle in the virtual coliseum is over, the broadcast outside is only halfway through. Am I right?" Stupid, stupid, stupid. Meng Yingying was worried that Chu Tian would really ask a question that would hit the nail on the head. She didn't expect him to be so mediocre after all. She said arrogantly, "You should change your brain, you idiot. This is called business acumen. Understand? This girl actually dares to lecture me." It had been too long since he had spanked her, and she was getting bolder and bolder. She could still talk about other things, but how could she talk about Chu Tian with her brain? Meng Yingying said, "The virtual coliseum relies on tickets to make money. If the outside world and the virtual coliseum are both being broadcasted at the same time, who would buy tickets to go watch in the virtual coliseum? Moreover, slowing down the virtual coliseum will allow more matches to be held. Saving time is money. The flower fairies have studied it with me. Although the spiritual world's time can be adjusted to 1/10 of the real world's time, that kind of situation requires people with strong spiritual energy to be able to adapt. After trying it out, we found that normal people can withstand half the flow of time. In order to adapt to the masses, we decided to design the virtual coliseum like this." "Boss, I also want to talk to you. Why haven't you improved at all?" Nan Gongyun also began to criticize Chu Tian. "Me and Yingying have followed elder sister Qingwu for so long, we've already begun to understand the way of doing business." Chu Tian never would have thought that with his outstanding reputation and intelligence, he would actually be left speechless by a stupid girl like Ying. Even Nangong Yun, his loyal follower, was looking down on him. This was truly a large stain on his life. Ku, this was just testing you. I wanted to see if you could create this kind of effect by chance. It seems like you're still sloppy, but what I really want to spend is not this. All right, you don't need to say any more. Meng Yingying had finally teased Chu Tian. She didn't want to be pulled back by Chu Tian. She immediately said, Miracle City's popularity isn't enough and we can't make money fast enough. Shouldn't we help elder sister a bit? Let her have less of a headache. You actually have this kind of heart. Tell me what you want to do. We can do this. Meng Yingying immediately whispered into Chu Tian's ear. Chu Tian nodded when he heard this. Although there were many ways to make money, this kind of method was a bit interesting. There were a large number of forest locals that came to Miracle City's recruitment. This was because Miracle City was completely open to the surrounding tribes during the recruitment period. Even if the forest locals had a wait-and-see attitude and didn't participate, they would at least pay attention to it. Most of them came to Miracle City to join in on the fun. Because of the attention brought by the recruitment, the arena would definitely become famous in the forest. This would be a very good boost to the company's popularity. There were some forest tribe chiefs and high-level members that came because they had people joining the army, so they naturally came to take a look. Recently, they had been hearing about how magical the virtual arena was every day. This made their hearts itch, wishing they could go in and test their skills. But it was a pity. The arena was not open right now. It was impossible for these people to join the army, so they could only suppress their curiosity and ask about the situation of the arena every day. But when they were bored, Miracle City released another piece of news. Miracle City was after the arena. Now, they had opened another trial field. This trial field was different from the arena. The trial field was divided into 10 checkpoints, and each checkpoint would present an extremely difficult challenge. Miracle Commerce had set up very generous prizes. It said that whoever could break through to the 5th stage would be rewarded with 100 low-grade source stones. Whoever could break through to the 8th stage would be rewarded with 1,000 low-grade source stones. And whoever could break through to the 10th stage would be rewarded with 10,000 low-grade source stones. Other than the generous source stone rewards, each stage would have a random gift. They were all top products of Miracle Commerce or unexpected surprises. They couldn't be missed. Of course, the trial field wasn't free. Each challenge required 2 source stones, and one had to be at least in the true spirit realm to have the qualifications to challenge. This was simply made for the forest experts. Recently, these people's hearts had been itched by Miracle City's arena. Now that there was another trial field, how could they miss it? Wasn't it just 2 source stones? Even if these true spirit experts were poor, they wouldn't be unable to take out a trivial 2 source stones. This news had only been released for a few hours. 7-8 chiefs led 50-60 tribe experts to the trial field. The Minotaur chief Arnold was one of them. He anxiously shouted as soon as he arrived, "How do I play in the trial field? Quickly tell me. I want to earn 10,000 source stones." Ha! Arnold, with your brain, you still want to earn 10,000 source stones. Let me do it. The reason why these people were filled with confidence was because Miracle City's advertisement clearly stated that in the 10 stages of the trial field, the monsters and demon beasts that appeared were not strong. As long as they used the right method, even a first true spirit layer expert could easily pass them. How could these chiefs, who were proud of themselves, not be moved? The weakest among them was in the 3rd true spirit layer. They could earn 10,000 source stones by passing all 10 stages. This kind of temptation was just too big. Meng Yingying stood at the entrance of the trial field and politely said to everyone, "Respected warriors, because the trial field is still being tested, the space isn't that big. It can only hold 10 people at most, so warriors that want a challenge must first pay the fee. I'll go first. Arnold took out 2 primeval stones and gave them to Meng Ying, who was collecting the money. His 2 large nostrils breathed out roughly as he looked at the other chiefs with a face full of anger. Just wait and see. I will definitely succeed. When Arnold entered the trial field, he immediately appeared in an illusion. This was a small hall. After a few minutes, there were sharp howls in his ears as a large group of ghosts appeared in the hall. These ghosts did not have a strong aura, only being in the 6th to 7th awakened soul layer. Arnold laughed. This kind of trash wanted to deal with Father? This money was a bit too easy to earn. Arnold raised his massive axe and condensed energy on the axe's edge. In an instant, the specter's corporeal body was destroyed. Then a second, a third, a fourth. Although there were many specters, these monsters were not very powerful. Arnold used 10 minutes to completely destroy them. When Arnold thought he could easily pass the stage, he was suddenly surprised to find that the ghosts he cut apart gathered together again. There wasn't a single one missing. What is going on? Arnold stared with wide eyes, not understanding why this kind of situation had occurred. However, the Minotaurs would not use their brains to solve things that they could use their muscles to solve. He wildly charged around and finally killed all of the specters. Countless fragments gathered again. The ghosts all recovered. Damn, could he have been tricked? This was simply a dead end. How could he pass it? When Arnold killed all the ghosts for the 3rd time, he felt like he had used up most of his strength, but what made him feel despair was that the ghosts gathered together again. This time, Arnold did not have the strength to kill them all. When Arnold calmed down and observed, he finally found something fishy. The statues in this palace all had some kind of formation supporting them. It was this power that allowed the specters to revive. If Arnold had found a way to destroy the statues from the start, he could have easily killed all the specters. Damn it! Why am I so stupid? I didn't even notice such an obvious mechanism. Arnold did not have any strength left. Countless ghosts charged over and instantly tore him to pieces. Arnold also returned to the trial field. The other chiefs looked at each other in blank dismay. He came out after going in for 2 minutes. The trial field is different from the arena. The time in the trial field is 1/20th of the outside world, so Chief Arnold has already spent 40 minutes inside. Nan Gongyun walked over with a smile. But Chief Arnold, you haven't even passed a single stage, so you can only obtain a consolation prize. 5 large cans of level 2 meat. After saying this, a gnome brought 5 large cans of meat in front of him. Ha, ha, ha! Arnold, you haven't even passed a single stage. These people immediately began to unscrupulously laugh at him. Arnold's bull face immediately turned red. He angrily argued, "Fuck, I was just careless. I want to play again." Arnold once again entered the trial space. In the end, Arnold came out in less than 30 seconds. Arnold's bull face twitched a few times. Damn, the statues can't be blindly destroyed. They have a certain pattern and have to be destroyed in order. Come again, come again. This Minotaur chief was clearly losing impatiently. He entered the trial space again and again, but most of the time, he didn't even last 2 minutes before leaving. This repeated over and over again. He had played a dozen rounds and used up more than 30 low-grade source stones. I've definitely found the pattern. Arnold excitedly gasped for breath. Although he had lost over 30 source stones, instantly spending all of his savings, he didn't feel any heartache at all. Rather, it was like he was looking for a great joy. I've spent all of my source stones. Who can lend me a few to use? This time I will definitely pass. There will be no problems. Meng Ying and Nan Gongyun were collecting money on the side. The trial field was not as big as the arena, so it could only hold 10 people at a time. However, it was good that time passed in the trial field, so it only took a few minutes to finish a round. These true spirit cultivators' spiritual energy were not weak, so they wouldn't be tired even if they played for several hours. Meng Yingying secretly nudged Nangong Yun beside her. "How much did we earn?" "She'll be quiet." Nangong Yun sneakily winked at her. "Chief Arnold is 32, Chief Andre is 28, and Great Warrior Luca is 24. In total, it should be around 300. Meng Yingying almost laughed out in happiness. This was just too easy to earn. It had only been half an hour, and there were still many people lining up outside, with more and more people appearing. Meng Yingying even found the figures of gnomes and druids. These people seemed like they were all curious and came to challenge. If the trial field was in operation for a day, just how many source stones would they earn? These idiots, didn't they use their brains to think? How could Chu Tian's questions be that easy to solve? Moreover, this fellow Chu Tian was very sly. Just like Arnold, although he failed every time, he would always find a way to solve it. So he kept trying. Wanna earn 10,000 source stones? Dream on. The first trial was like this. It would be strange if he didn't lose his underwear. Chapter 440. This time, the virtual trial field was Meng Yingying and Nangong Yun's idea. They had found inspiration in the Central State Tower of Trials. However, the difference between the Tower of Trials and the Tower of Trials was that although the Tower of Trials was not as dangerous, there was still the possibility of death. This was an unavoidable matter because no matter how perfect the safety measures were, they could not completely avoid being injured in battle. Miracle City's virtual trial field was not the same. It was a pure spiritual illusion, so it was completely harmless, not to mention the fact that it was cheap to build, and the miracle commerce could mass produce it, turning it into a challenge for everyone. It would turn the trial field into an entertainment field for experts. This was its charm. This temporary trial field was just like the advertisement said. As long as the challenger found the correct method, it was more than enough for the first true spirit layer to pass all the stages. The problem were the stages that Chu Tian made easy for people to pass. There were a total of 10 stages. The first stage had several dozen random scenes. The challenger would trigger one of them every day. Now that Chief Arnold was here, the 10 challengers were experiencing a different environment. If they challenged it the next day, there would be another random scene. After Arnold knew the rules of the game, he was even more anxious to pass the first stage. Therefore, he borrowed several source stones from his clansmen to challenge it several times. Almost all of the wrong ideas were tried, and finally, Arnold found the only correct idea. Arnold entered the trial field. He immediately followed the lessons learned from his previous failures and used the correct order to shatter the stone statues one by one. Then, he killed the large group of ghosts. This time, it was as expected. The spirits did not revive again. He finally passed the first stage. Success! I succeeded! Arnold roared out in joy as he looked at the door of light in front of the main hall. He knew that this was the path to the second stage. Arnold calmed his mind and entered the second stage. This was a strange environment. There was nothing around him, like he was in a chaotic void. It was like he was standing on a black mirror. Although there was light reflected, he couldn't see anything. What kind of challenge was this time? Arnold looked left and right in confusion. White ripples appeared on the mirror-like ground in front of him, as if a stone had been thrown into the water. Faint ripples immediately appeared and spread outwards. Arnold didn't know what was going on, but he could already smell an unusual aura. He instinctively retreated a bit. At the center of the ripples, a black, crystal-like sculpture suddenly appeared. At first, this sculpture was just a mass of constantly changing liquid, but it quickly solidified. Then all kinds of edges and corners appeared, finally forming an image. When Arnold saw what it looked like, he couldn't help but be shocked. This wasn't that him. This was a mirror image that looked exactly like Arnold. However, Arnold was very clear that this was definitely not an ordinary mirror image, because he could only feel coldness from the other party's eyes. It was an absolutely calm and emotionless gaze. Arnold immediately understood. The second stage of the trial was to defeat himself. Interesting. Arnold had fought with countless forest experts, but he had never fought with himself before. He never thought that he would be able to experience the feeling of fighting with himself here. He immediately released a low roar as he released his strength, instantly turning into a shock wave that charged at the other side. The Minotaurs most commonly use charge. The Minotaurs used their powerful bodies and spirit energy to charge at the opponent, breaking down their defenses. Although it was a direct attack without any technique, there was no need to doubt its destructive power. The mirror image seemed to have expected that it would encounter this kind of attack and immediately dodged sideways, sending out an axe light that directly swept away Arnold. Arnold was shocked to find a terrifying problem. This mirror image was not just like him, it had a deep understanding of him. Whether it was strength, cultivation technique, or martial skills, they were all the same. But the two of them had a deep understanding of him. Compared to Arnold, the mirror image was much calmer. Therefore, it could find Arnold's flaws and launch the most effective attack. Too powerful. Arnold already understood the meaning of the trial. The goal of the second trial was to defeat his strongest self. This meant that he couldn't make any breakthroughs in battle. If he faced his strongest self, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. Only by breaking through his limits could he defeat the mirror image in front of him. This was an excellent opportunity to stimulate his limits and learn more about himself. Good. Very good. Arnold excitedly roared out as his fighting spirit became more and more intense. Father doesn't believe it. Could it be that I can't even defeat myself? In the end, Arnold clashed with the mirror image 4 or 5 times, and the mirror image instantly found an opening. Its large axe directly split Arnold in half, causing Arnold to disappear from the second stage. Arnold had no choice but to believe it. The mirror image knew all of Arnold's weaknesses, and the mirror image was very calm. If Arnold could not overcome his weaknesses, they would become fatal flaws. No matter what. In the end, Arnold managed to survive. The others immediately asked Arnold about the second trial. When they found out that the person they were fighting in the second trial was them, everyone had looks of shock on their faces. Congratulations, Chief Arnold. Meng Ying was worried that if no one passed for too long, it would affect these people's confidence. Now that Chief Arnold had smoothly passed, she could let out a sigh of relief. You have passed the first round and have obtained a chance to draw a lottery. Please immediately participate in the lottery. Nangong Yin sent over a large lottery wheel. The others came over to take a look out of curiosity. This was because they could vaguely feel that although the trial field was interesting, the difficulty was higher than they imagined. How could passing all 10 trials be easy? The reward of 10,000 spirit stones was probably not easy to obtain, but when they saw the lottery wheel, their spirits were roused. This wheel was divided into several areas, and there were source stones rewards. There were 10, 50, and 100 source stones rewards, as well as many other things. Of course, these things were things that most of the locals had never seen before. Arnold poured his spirit energy into the wheel. The needle on the large wheel began to spin. Arnold's eyes widened as he kept repeating, 100 primeval stones, 100 primeval stones, 100 primeval stones. If he could get 100 primeval stones, then not only would he not lose this challenge, he would even earn half of it. The locals of the Forest of Chaos, although they were very strong because of their primitive society, They did not have a mature business or economic model. Therefore, most of the locals were very poor. Even in a small country like southern Xia, the three great clans could easily take out 100 source stones worth of gold coins at their peak. But as a tribe in the depths of the Forest of Chaos, Arnold's Minotaur tribe had several dozen true spirit experts. Even as a chief, he was only worth this much. Therefore, 100 source stones was not a small sum for Chief Arnold. The needle on the wheel reached the 100 source stones area, and when it was about to stop, it suddenly moved a bit and landed on the next area. Everyone gave a sigh. Arnold roared out in anger, "You've drawn Miracle Commerce's source energy cannon." Meng Yingying shouted in a very surprised voice, "Congratulations to Chief Arnold!" Arnold was a bit stunned. What? Cannon? What cannon? Miracle Commerce's prizes were mostly high-tech products made by the company. The might of the source energy cannons was very terrifying. If each source energy cannon was sold to a rich kingdom, it wouldn't be a problem for a source energy cannon to be sold for several dozen source stones. Not to mention that Miracle Commerce was limited by materials and refining technology. The current production of the source energy cannons was not high, and they had never sold this kind of weapon to the outside. The so-called rare things were expensive, so the price of the source energy cannon in the Forest of Chaos would be several times higher. Chief Arnold's luck really isn't bad. Meng Yingying seized this chance to advertise Miracle Commerce's weapon. The source energy cannon is a source energy weapon invented by Miracle Commerce. It has a very long range and is very strong. A single shot can destroy half a mountain, and even an earth spirit cultivator would be shattered by a single shot. It's really this strong. Of course, on the entire continent, only our Miracle Commerce has the source energy weapon technology. Meng Yingying said to Arnold, "The source energy cannon is not for sale right now. Chief Arnold can auction it here. I think there will be many people interested in this weapon." Nangong Yun had already brought out the source energy cannon. This cannon was much more refined than when it was first made, and it was a bit smaller, but its might was even stronger. Everyone could feel the energy fluctuations coming from it, and the incomparably complex source energy array patterns dazzled everyone's eyes. Artillery shells. Of course they had to buy them separately. Miracle Commerce was using this chance to promote their firearms. This firearms trade would be one of Miracle Commerce's most important sources of income. Good thing. Arnold, I'll give 50 pieces. Sell it to us. I'll give 70 pieces. Arnold didn't want to sell it at first because he could see that this thing had shocking might. If it was placed in the Minotaur Valley, it would increase the defenses of the Minotaur Valley by a large amount. But as the bids became higher and higher, Arnold was moved in the end. He sold it to a forest merchant for 120 low-grade primeval stones. Arnold never would have thought that not only would he not suffer a loss, he would even earn back the cost, even earning double the amount of source stones. This was not just a matter of reward, it was also a matter of dignity and face. Arnold was the only one of the challengers to pass the test. This trial field is too fun. Interesting, it's a bit interesting. Arnold put the source stones in his pocket and said with a laugh, "But I'm tired from playing today. I'll go back and sleep before continuing." Because time flowed very slowly in the trial field, this kind of spiritual illusion could easily cause fatigue. Arnold had only played for an hour on the surface, but his mind had been fighting for close to 20 hours. The continuous mental fatigue stacked on top of each other, and even a Minotaur, like Arnold, felt a bit tired. Arnold had picked up a large bargain. The others couldn't sit still again. When they found out about the second trial, everyone felt like their hearts were being scratched by a cat. The trial field's business was very good from start to finish. After an entire day, there were more and more people lining up. The trial field was never empty from start to finish. Nan Gongyun and Meng Yingying's hands were almost sore from collecting money. Chapter 441. Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyun happily handed over their spoils to Chu Tian. It was a large bag of source stones, and the three of them carefully counted it. There was a total of 3,500 low-grade source stones. When this number appeared in front of them, the three of them were still very shocked. Although they had used the conscription to attract many forest experts, it was still too exaggerated to have this kind of result. Chu Tian thought of the rough valuation that Meng Qingwu had done today. Miracle Commerce's total assets converted into source stones was less than 200,000 low-grade source stones. As for the money in the warehouse, it was around 40,000 low-grade source stones. Miracle Commerce had been established for over a year. This was all their harvest. Although Meng Qingwu and Chu Tian were a bit dissatisfied, this was not a small number for any power or family. Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu had started from scratch, and they had started from scratch in a small country. Being able to do this in a year was a matter to be proud of. Looking at it now, it really was too little. They had built a small trial field together, and they had earned a large income of 10% of Miracle Commerce's cash in a single day. This also showed the huge commercial potential of the virtual spiritual technology. This was definitely a good thing to make quick money with. Meng Yingying said in a very emotional voice, "You don't know since you weren't there, but those locals were too crazy. Don't look at how poor they are normally. It was like they picked up money from the ground. Those fellows that didn't get a chance to line up almost started fighting with each other. I'm very puzzled. Is it really that fun?" The Forest of Chaos is rich in resources, and the locals do not lack cultivation resources. The environment here is very closed, and there aren't any foreign goods, so there aren't many places to spend money. Source stones are not omnipotent in the Forest of Chaos, so their desire for source stones is not like the outside world. Chu Tian thought about it and said, "Of course, the main reason is because their lives are too boring and empty. It was hard to find a place to have fun, and although we know that it is hard to earn money from the trial field, we still couldn't resist the itch to try it out." "Who cares?" Nan Gongyun excitedly said. "Excluding the cost of operating the spiritual space and the prizes for them, we can earn at least 3,000. 10 days is 30,000. We'll first slaughter these fellows and solve Miracle City's financial crisis. We have to cast a long line to catch a big fish. It's not enough to just focus on these people. We have to make a name for ourselves and attract more people." Chu Tian shook his head. "This trial field is too simple. It won't take more than 10 days to half a month for people to get bored with it. At that time, the profits will naturally drop. Since we want to ruthlessly slaughter these guys, we need to create better and better attractions." Meng Yingying asked, "What do you want to do?" "Simple." Chu Tian chuckled. "Let's make a bigger, more fun, and more interesting trial field." In the next few days, on one side was the fiery recruitment, and on the other side was the virtual trial field's popularity. There were some shaman priests and green religion priests that came to line up. Everyone gathered together to discuss strategies and how to deal with their own mirror images, but most of them were complaining that the trial field was too small, making them line up for a long time without being able to play a single round. Just as the people were waiting in line and feeling very annoyed, someone suddenly said, "Hey, do you know? I've heard the latest news. The city lord has brought people to create a new trial field, and the trial content here will be moved over at that time. Even if 1,000 people start at the same time, it will be more than enough." "Really?" Arnold and the others revealed looks of joy. If there really was a trial field that could hold 1,000 people, would they still need to line up like this? I've also heard of it. The new trial field is different from this one. Not only will it have individual challenges, it will also have group challenges. We will be able to enter the trial with our clansmen, and the prizes will be even better. Everyone's bodies trembled. What? There's actually this kind of thing. This kind of individual challenge trial was already very interesting. Could it be that there would be group challenges? Everyone began to discuss with each other. As if to confirm everyone's guesses, there was a giant airship with a giant screen floating in the sky. When had the forest natives ever seen this kind of big fellow flying in the sky? All of them were dumbfounded. It was fine if there was an airship floating in the sky, but this airship was not the main point. The main point was the content being advertised. Do you want to challenge the Hell Demon Dragon? Do you want to challenge the Mountain Giant? The Miracle Commerce trial field will fulfill your dream of a challenge, allowing you to experience the pleasure and joy of fighting a peak existence. The voice was transmitted through the loudspeaker, and at the same time, various images began to appear on the big screen. It was a world of volcanoes filled with lava, and a huge figure slowly floated up from the huge lava lake. It was a huge dragon, and its black body split open, with flames and heat spewing out. Its entire body was burning in the flames of death, and it let out a monstrous roar of rage. The image suddenly zoomed out at this time. There were large amounts of strange demons appearing in the volcanoes, just like it was the territory of a demon. Suddenly, there was a blood-boiling background music from the speakers. There was a large group of brave warriors descending from the sky. There were ogres, barbarians, and minotaurs, all of them from the forest races. They were all covered in light as they landed in the middle of the monsters. All kinds of beautiful cultivation techniques and martial skills were released, destroying large amounts of monsters as they swept through the area at a shocking speed. Finally, the demon dragon in the lava lake was startled. The volcanoes all erupted. Countless pillars of flames soared into the sky. In this apocalyptic scene, the demon dragon spread its wings and charged into the sky. The warriors faced the terrifying demon dragon without any fear. They bravely raised their weapons and took on a challenging stance. The battle music became louder and louder, as if it had reached its climax. The moment the warriors fought the demon dragon, the entire scene suddenly stopped. These people were stunned. This advertisement was just too exciting. Which warrior didn't want to challenge this kind of powerful life form? Who didn't want to experience the feeling of challenging their limits? But they only had one life in the real world. No one would do something stupid like sending themselves to death. Moreover, even if they wanted to slay a dragon, the dragon might not care about them. The locals all felt a wave of anger in their chests. They wanted to excitedly shout out and immediately rush to the trial field to experience it. Even if they had to spend more source stones, they had to try it. How many times would they have this kind of chance in their lives? Not to mention that the airship would only cost 5 low-grade source stones each time. Everyone instantly went crazy. They could fight an evil dragon for 5 source stones. Was there anything more pleasurable in this world than this? The only regret now was that the new trial field had not been repaired yet. So before the new trial field was opened, these people could only pass time in this small trial field. Once this virtual spiritual technology was developed, it immediately obtained great success. At the very least, it won the favor of these forest warriors, and large amounts of source stones were destined to flow into their pockets. Chu Tian planned to build a spiritual library in the future to entice the forest scholars. Time flowed very slowly in the spiritual space, so studying in the spiritual library for a month was equivalent to studying in the real world for a year. At that time, not only would the gnome scholars go crazy, but the other forest scholars would also rush to join. Miracle City's people would become more and more lively. This was the beginning. First collect and then release. Miracle City would first gather people, and when it matured, they would be able to develop it. When the spiritual technology matured and the spiritual energy network was built, each tribe and city would be able to build a spiritual library, a trial field, and an arena. The entire forest of chaos would be connected, and Miracle City would rule over people's entertainment, lives, and studies. The new trial field will need a few more days to be built. Chu Tian looked at the renovated castle in front of him. This place doesn't need our help anymore, so we'll use this time to do something else. Nangong, help me bring a group of experts over. They have to be at least in the third true spirit layer. What do you need all these experts for? Why are you asking so much? Of course it's useful. But boss, you said that they are experts. Do you think they will come at your beck and call? Stupid. Just tell the people helping this city lord. After the new trial field is built, wouldn't it be fine to let them play 10 times for free? Nangong Yun immediately ran over to gather people, and before she even disappeared, she had brought 30-40 forest experts with her. Even if these people weren't chiefs, they were famous warriors in the nearby forest. Normally, they were all arrogant, but now they were called over with just a few words from Chu Tian. I want to ask everyone for help. I don't know if... City Lord, don't say any more. An orc jumped out. The City Lord's matter is our matter. That's right. The City Lord has helped us this much. So what does it matter if we help the City Lord with a bit? Chu Tian didn't waste time and found Clark and the gnomes to lead the way, leading these people to ride the elevator underground. That's right. The reason Chu Tian found all these experts wasn't for anything else but the Eye of the Star. The Eye of the Star was the core of the transport tower. The Eye of the Star fragment was also the main material for the transport scroll. The Eye of the Star had a chance to cultivate the Chu Tian immortal body to perfection. Whether it was for the development of the city or to increase his own strength, Chu Tian needed to kill the star elementals and obtain large amounts of Eye of the Star. But the star elementals were too dangerous. After last time's lesson, Chu Tian didn't dare be rash and used several days to prepare. The star elementals were very strong, but they didn't have any intelligence. No matter how strong this fellow was, it wouldn't be a problem for Chu Tian. Chu Tian first made a talisman that could block and weaken elemental perception. Everyone had one on them, and when they needed to use it, the talisman's effect would interfere with the perception of the star elementals. Other than that, Chu Tian also prepared a special bait for the star elementals and an array to restrain the power of the stars. This was a three-way preparation. Now, he recruited several dozen experts. What did these star elementals count for? After Chu Tian cleared out the star elementals, not only would he be able to buy several dozen Eye of the Star, he could also start mining this star mine. In the future, he would be able to produce meteor grass and star stones, which would be enough for Chu Tian to train even more powerful soldiers. Chapter 442. Pa! Chu Tian threw the small bottle into the center of the source energy array, and a mist like aura slowly floated out. It condensed and did not scatter as it floated in the air. At this time, a wandering star elemental covered in starlight was immediately attracted over. The star elemental walked into the source energy array and prepared to absorb the aura. The entire source energy array suddenly opened, and a kind of energy field covered the star elemental's body, causing its incorporeal body to tremble a few times, as if it was being strongly disturbed. Light flashed in the air, and large amounts of elemental runes continued to form. It was like a piece of iron meeting a magnet as it was attracted to the star elemental's body, falling onto its body. The star elemental didn't have a physical body, so it immediately began to solidify into a liquid state. Its power was quickly suppressed, and it was like a half-frozen jelly. Its originally light and graceful body now became difficult to move. Although it did not have any intelligence, its instincts told it that this was bad. The star elemental continued to struggle to escape. Chu Tian saw that the time was right and immediately made a gesture. Several dozen experts made a move, and after an intense explosion, several large holes appeared on the ground. The star elemental had already been killed, and when its body shattered, it exploded like fireworks. Countless high-purity star crystals scattered everywhere, and there was even a bright eye of the star among them. Meng Yingying and Nangong Yun began to collect the high-purity star crystals on the ground. Their storage bags were already bulging. They had killed a total of 28 star elementals on the way, and Chu Tian had obtained 28 eyes of the star. There were countless high-purity star crystals. The entire process was smoother than expected. The star elementals here had already been mostly killed by Chu Tian. The biggest regret now was that there were too few star elementals. Each eye of the star was a precious resource. It represented a transport tower, large amounts of transport scrolls, and it also represented the perfection realm starlight immortal body. With these 28 pieces, after deducting the team's internal consumption, they could only build a few dozen transport towers. Of course, Chu Tian should be satisfied. Eye of the Star was equivalent to a level 4 material. Not only was this a level 4 material, it was also a very precious level 4 material. Being able to find this many in a single cave, it was simply dog shit luck. There's only one left. Chu Tian's gaze landed on the core region of the star mineral. Let's work harder. We can call it a day after this. This was the last and strongest star elemental. Although Chu Tian didn't startle it, the aura it emitted was enough to make Chu Tian feel fear. Therefore, when he was hunting the other star elementals, Chu Tian avoided this area as much as possible to not attract its attention. Chu Tian found a suitable spot to plant the array flag. This was a source energy array specially used to restrain the star elementals, and everyone could see its effects. Being able to kill over 20 star elementals without suffering any injuries was all thanks to this array. Once those dangerous astral elementals entered the formation, they were immediately suppressed. They couldn't resist at all and could only wait to be slaughtered. Everyone walked around, activating the talismans that blocked the detection of elemental life forms. Now, it was very difficult for the star elementals to sense their existence. Get ready. Begin. Chu Tian threw a small bottle into the center of the array. The small bottle shattered and released a smoky substance that was sensed by the sleeping star elementals. A thick energy aura came from the cracks in the ground, and large amounts of starlight quickly gathered together. Finally, it surrounded the core of the eye of the star and condensed into a several-foot-tall elemental giant. This fellow was very big. Meng Yingying and Nangong Yun weren't strong enough, so they didn't participate in the battle and just watched from afar. This star elemental was more than double the size of the previous ones, and the energy it condensed was several times that of the other star elementals. Its entire body was covered in a majestic aura. This was simply the Star Elemental King. The Star Elemental King was awakened, and it immediately began to move towards the source energy array. Although the Star Elemental King was very strong, this kind of elemental life form did not have any intelligence. It could only instinctively move closer to something that was clearly a trap, but it couldn't distinguish it at all. It didn't even think as it walked to the center of the source energy array. Activate the array. The 8 gnomes with deep cultivations heard Chu Tian's order and activated the array. The star elemental's body was covered in an intense energy field, and it suddenly trembled several times. Countless runes were attracted to the star elemental's body, and it made its glowing body dim. Even its movements became incomparably slow and difficult. It was sealed. Everyone had killed over 20 star elementals, so they had a basic understanding of the situation. This giant elemental life form had been suppressed, and now was the best time to make a move. Everyone didn't even think as they jumped out to attack. At this moment, the Star Elemental King felt a sense of crisis, and a wave of fluctuation suddenly came from its body. It was actually mixed with a bit of angry spiritual power. Its solidified body suddenly lit up with a strong light, and most of the runes on its body surface evaporated. Chu Tian's expression slightly changed. "Be careful!" The Star Elemental King was stronger than they imagined, and it was different from the other star elementals. This fellow already had a bit of consciousness, and although it didn't reach the level of intelligence, it was much higher than the other star elementals that relied on their instincts. After the Star Elemental King broke free of the seal, the suppressed power was released once again. Its body released a buzzing sound as countless starlight connected to each other. It was like a protective barrier that tightly covered its body. The forest experts fiercely attacked the barrier. In the end, the protective shield did not shatter. As the countless starlights collided violently, a strong electromagnetic shock burst forth. The people who had launched the attack were all hit by the rebound force, and all of them were sent flying more than 10 meters away like kites with their strings cut. All of them suffered serious injuries. Such strong fellows. Chu Tian had found forest experts. When several forest experts attacked together, there weren't many people in Miracle City that could block it unscathed, not to mention that they couldn't break free of the seal, and they were injured while blocking the attack. The forest locals were shocked, although they knew that the star elementals weren't weak. Only now did they realize that these fellows that were easily killed were actually this strong. If it wasn't for Chu Tian using targeted methods to restrain them, perhaps they would be the ones being killed right now. When the Star Elemental King sent everyone flying, the runes that covered its body were destroyed one by one. Everyone could clearly feel that with each rune that disappeared, the Star Elemental King's power suddenly increased. If its power was completely released, even if Chu Tian had the advantage in numbers, it would be hard to avoid more than half of them dying. These forest locals hesitated. They didn't know if they should go all out. It wasn't worth it for this kind of opponent. Don't panic. While Chu Tian was shouting, several talismans were activated in his hands. These were specially prepared for special situations, mainly used to strengthen the binding and seal. When these talismans were activated, they turned into energy that entered the source energy array under his feet. Light came from the edge of the source energy array and wrapped around the Star Elemental King in the center like countless threads. The power of the seal doubled. The Star Elemental King couldn't fight back, for now. This kind of suppression was too short. It could only last 2-3 seconds at most. The star barrier released by the Star Elemental King hadn't been broken. This layer of defense was enough to protect it before it recovered its mobility and strength. Everyone had seen the might of this defense. Although the attacks of several forest experts had weakened the defense a bit, it was still very strong, and it couldn't be easily broken. Chu Tian activated the Starlight Immortal Body. He had to make a move in this situation. The demon god's sword source spirit was released. Chu Tian communicated with the Netherworld artifact spirit, and flames quickly covered his body. His sword art was released to the peak, and he took a step forward, turning into 8 clones that released an overbearing sword glow that slammed into the Star Elemental's defensive barrier. A deafening explosion sounded out. Chu Tian's strength couldn't compare to the forest experts working together, but Chu Tian's demon god's sword source spirit had a strong destructive attribute, and the Netherworld flame that had evolved many times was the nemesis of defensive cultivation techniques. The two attacks caused the Star Elemental King's defense to explode. There was a rebound that was like an avalanche that came crashing down. The flames covering Chu Tian's body were shattered, and a large number of cracks appeared on the starlight protecting his body. He was instantly bounced dozens of feet away and fell to the ground like a cannonball, creating a large pit with a loud bang. A good chance. The demon god's sword source spirit was close to a god level source spirit. Its destructive power destroyed the star elemental's protective barrier and created a precious opportunity for the others. The others all attacked together, and the Star Elemental King was violently attacked, finally shattering into pieces. Chu Tian, are you all right? Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyun helped Chu Tian up. I'm fine. Chu Tian waved his hand. Although his cultivation base wasn't high, he still had the large success immortal body, so this rebound wouldn't be fatal. Collect the spoils of war. The Star Elemental King was truly worthy of being the strongest star elemental. There were 4 or 5 times more high-purity star crystals than before, and the quality of the Eye of the Star was also a level higher. This kind of Eye of the Star could kill several of them. This area is basically safe because the ferocious astral elementals have always occupied this area. Other crypt monsters have not been active nearby. We can build this area into the Devil's Mouth's outpost to prepare for future exploration of the deeper underworld, Chu Tian said to Clark. Other than that, the resources here are very important to Miracle City's future development, so quickly gather people to arrange the defenses. When Chu Tian finished his task and was prepared to leave, Nan Gongyun suddenly said, "There seems to be something here." After the Star Elemental King was destroyed, other than the large amount of star crystal fragments and the Eye of the Star, there were still some other things left. Chapter 443. Chu Tian followed Nan Gongyun's direction and saw that where the Star Elemental King was killed, there was a glowing liquid substance. This thing looked like mercury, and it was hard to find in this environment if one didn't look carefully. So, it's star marrow. This is a very rare recovery sacred medicine. It's just a sacred medicine? Nan Gongyun thought she had found some treasure. There were many sacred medicines in Miracle Commerce's warehouse, and there were even several immortal medicines. She was a bit disappointed. Damn, this old lady thought it was some treasure. Your way of thinking is wrong. Isn't a sacred medicine still a medicine? Chu Tian filled a small bottle with the star marrow. Not to mention sacred medicines are divided into levels. Star marrow is a rare level 4 sacred medicine, and because it is very gentle, although it is a level 4 sacred medicine, low-level cultivators can still take it. This kind of treasure is rare, so it will be very useful when we bring it back. The star marrow could be considered an unexpected harvest. Chu Tian returned to Miracle City to properly reward the locals who helped him. He gave them a small reward before dispersing them. These locals didn't care about the reward. Being able to experience the new trial field for free was enough to satisfy them. Now, they only hoped for the new trial field to open as soon as possible. At this moment, the City Lord's office, the young Miss and Vivian, the 2 Vice City Lords, were currently busy with official business. The young Miss was very familiar with this, handling heavy tasks as if they were light. She calmly raised her pen like the wind, instantly taking care of a large amount of matters. Vivian was sitting on the side with a pen in her mouth, constantly scratching her head, looking at the dense pile of documents. Her head was spinning and she couldn't find her direction. Vivian was a bit like Meng Yingying and a bit like Nan Gongyun. Her personality was in between the two, being obedient and serious like Yingying, but also lively and mischievous. Perhaps it was because they were similar that these 3 girls had already become sisters. Nan Gongyun was still the big sister. Meng Yingying was still the second sister, and the oldest Vivian had become the youngest sister. If Vivian's age was changed to a human 14-year-old, this wasn't wrong. In short, these three girls were together all day, and their relationship could be said to be very good. But whether it was Ying or Nangong Yun, Vivian wasn't cut out to be the city lord. Royal father is abominable. They actually arranged for me to be Miracle City's vice city lord. When Vivian heard that Nangong and Ying had gone out to play with Chu Tian, it made her heart itch, and she didn't have the mood to do anything. Sister, Vivian, we're back. Meng Ying rushed in excitedly. You won't be able to guess what we brought back. It will definitely give you a big shock. When Vivian heard Ying's voice, she became spirited and stood up. What good thing? Let me take a look. Meng Qinggu, on the other hand, frowned slightly. This is the mayor's office. How can you be so rash? Before she could finish her words, Meng Ying poured out all the star crystals she had harvested in one breath, and the star crystals immediately piled up into a small hill. Vivian and Meng Qingwu's eyes were glued to the crystals. The purity and energy contained in these crystals were very high. They were definitely of the highest quality. They all cultivated the starlight immortal body. Of course, they knew how precious this thing was. Meng Qingwu was very surprised. How did you get so many star crystals? You still don't know. Nangong Yun was in high spirits. She gestured with her hands and said, Boss brought us on an adventure. It turns out that there is a huge underground world under the city. We can go deeper into it, through the devil's maw. There are ugly monsters everywhere. For example, those evil eyes that can shoot light beams. It's said that evil eyes are one of the lowest level monsters. Our lives won't be boring in the future, so we should quickly use the star crystals to increase our strength and go on an adventure. I really want to see just how many strange monsters there are inside. Vivian's eyes lit up. Was this true? She was a very curious person. She definitely wouldn't be able to sit still as the city lord. She liked to go on adventures, and if Miracle City had this kind of place, her life wouldn't be boring in the future. Young miss, don't be so busy and obediently go cultivate. Chu Tian didn't waste time with Meng Qinggu. Leave Miracle City's matters to me for now. After Chu Tian left the small town, everyone's cultivation quickly increased. The forest of chaos couldn't compare to southern Xia. There were too many resources here. There were all kinds of elixirs and sacred herbs, and they were all very cheap. Before Chu Tian left, he gave everyone a customized cultivation plan. With this many resources and the help of the flower fairies, their cultivation increased by quite a bit. Chun Bingyu and Dongfang Haoren were already in the peak first true spirit layer. Meng Qinggu, Meng Ying, Nangong Yun, and the others were all in the peak ninth awakened soul layer. This batch of star crystals came at the right time. Everyone used this chance to break through their bottlenecks, and their strength would increase explosively. After the high-level members of Miracle Commerce were all in the true spirit realm, it would be easier for them to stabilize their current positions. Meng Qingwu was also very happy and excited. Who didn't want to become a bit stronger? There have been too many things in the city recently. Meng Qingwu thought of something and said a very important matter. The Prophet Yoda's injuries are very serious. The shamans have already submitted to Miracle Commerce. The gnomes are convinced by us, and the surrounding locals are harmonious. Only the druids are a variable. I'm worried that something will happen to the Prophet. This power will fall into chaos. Because of this, they are not a small power. The green religion, the undead religion, the shaman religion, and the druid religion, these were the main powers in this area. Compared to the other three, the druids were more low-key and aloof, but they still had quite a bit of influence. The druids' abilities are very interesting. If they can become a part of Miracle City, it will be very beneficial. Meng Qinggu knit her brows. I want to know how to help them. You must have a way, right? Young Miss can be assured. Chu Tian said to Vivian beside him. I'll bring Vivian over. This small problem will be easily solved. That's right. Vivian didn't want to sit in the office for a long time. Elder sister can be assured of going into closed-door cultivation. There's still us. Chu Tian cut in. The young miss is too weak. I am the respected Miracle City's Vice City Lord. How could my trivial awakened soul realm cultivation be enough? This is too outrageous. Meng Qingwu snappily said. Then we've really lost face for Sir City Lord. It's fine, it's fine. Chu Tian said with a giggle. This city lord has always been very lenient with beauties. If Meng Qingwu's strength reached the true spirit realm, her heavenly book source spirit would be even stronger, and her work and learning efficiency would increase by a large amount. The so-called sharpening the knife would not delay chopping wood, so no matter how busy she was, she had to increase her strength first. All right then, this is the draft plan completed in the last few days. Meng Qingwu placed a thick notebook on the table. We've analyzed some of Miracle City's flaws and areas that need to be improved. Other than that, we've made a preliminary plan for the city. What do you think? I'm very assured with the young miss handling it. Chu Tian was too lazy to even look at it, as he threw it to the side. Then give it out and immediately implement it. Meng Qingwu was speechless. When would this fellow stop being so carefree? Miracle City was Miracle Commerce's future headquarters, and this fellow actually had an indifferent attitude. She was truly defeated by him. Although she was very dissatisfied with Chu Tian's sloppy appearance, Meng Qingwu could feel his trust in her, which made her feel a bit satisfied. Meng Qingwu brought Yingying, Nangong, and the others into closed-door cultivation. Chu Tian needed to solve the druid problem, so he ran to the alchemy room to refine several star marrow pills. It was hard for Chu Tian to process level 4 materials with his current strength because level 4 alchemy arrays couldn't be used by true spirit cultivators, and level 4 and below alchemy arrays couldn't refine level 4 materials. But the star marrow was very gentle, so it could be used without any refining. Chu Tian could completely merge the star marrow with level 3 materials. He could make several star marrow pills like this, and their effects wouldn't lose to level 4 recovery sacred pills. Chu Tian took one first, and the star marrow pill's effects filled his body, immediately showing its effects. The side effects from the battle with the Lich quickly healed. The hidden injuries that would have taken a few days to heal were instantly healed. The star marrow pill's effects were not just simple recovery. This pill could deeply improve the body, and no matter how old the hidden injuries were, it would have a strong effect on clearing them. It could also greatly increase one's physique. This was a good thing that couldn't be bought with money. Vivian, let's go. We'll go to the Druid Temple. All right. Vivian directly used her spatial energy and instantly brought Chu Tian to the Druid Temple. This spatial energy was hard to defend against, and the two of them appeared in front of the Druid Temple's doors. Who is it? The Druids quickly came over. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I am the City Lord, Chu Tian. Chu Tian raised a pill high up. This City Lord knows that Great Master Yoda's injuries have not been healed, so I took the risk of entering the underground world and killed 18 fierce beasts. I collected 8 immortal herbs and refined them into an immortal pill with an ancient recipe. This pill will definitely cure Prophet Yoda's illness, so please bring me to see Prophet Yoda. The Druids looked at each other in blank dismay. Was there really such a magical pill? But the Druids still believed in Chu Tian's abilities. This was because when Chu Tian fought the Lich Dragon, many Druids had personally seen it. After the battle, Prophet Yoda was brought back with heavy injuries and was in a near-death state. It was Chu Tian who found a way to temporarily prolong his life. Chu Tian wrote several recipes to treat Yoda's illness. Who would have thought that Yoda already had hidden injuries, and after the battle with the Lich Dragon, his injuries became even more serious. Now that he had completely erupted, he was at his last gasp and might not be able to hold on. The Druids were very worried because the prophet was not only the leader of the Druids, he was also the highest spiritual leader. If anything happened to Yoda, the Druids would be heavily affected. Chu Tian appeared again at this time, saying that he had a top-quality immortal herb. This made the Druids see a glimmer of hope. "So it's Sir City Lord, we've been rude. Sir City Lord, please come in." The Druids respectfully invited Chu Tian into the temple. Chapter 444. Vivian knew about the existence of the Druids before she came to Miracle City. It's said that the Druids could communicate with nature and had a strange transformation technique, allowing them to turn into any kind of demon beast. From a normal bird or small beast, they could freely change into any kind of demon beast. This transformation was not just a change in form. The Druids' most powerful point was that they could completely duplicate the abilities of the demon beast they turned into. This was something that no cultivation technique could do, so it wasn't strange to say it was an ancient demonic technique. Coming to the Druid temple with Chu Tian, this time Vivian was very curious and immediately looked around. The Druids were not enthusiastic, but they all moved to the side, not daring to show any expressions. After all, Chu Tian was the famous Miracle City's city lord, and the Druids did need his help. On a stone platform in the center of the temple, Prophet Yoda's 1-meter-long body was lying in a source energy array. There were 2 Druid high priests guarding him. This was the legendary Druid prophet that had the ability to predict. Vivian was very puzzled. The legendary, wise, and powerful prophet. Why did Whistson look like a goblin or gnome? This was too different from what she imagined. At this moment, Prophet Yoda's body was covered in wrinkles. He was like a dehydrated frog or a dried tree bark. Although there weren't any obvious wounds on the surface, his vitality was already drying up. Vivian said, "This is serious enough. He won't last more than a few days." These words made the other Druids dissatisfied. One of the Druids said in a worried voice, "The prophet's injuries from the fight with the Lich Dragon have been stabilized by the City Lord's medicine and method. Only this injury has caused the old injuries to erupt, causing the prophet's body to weaken. I'm afraid we won't be able to gather the materials." Chu Tian gave a slight nod. "What are you waiting for?" A Bear Tribe Druid high priest anxiously shouted, "Since the City Lord has found a way to cure the prophet, then make a move. Can't you see that the high priest's life is in danger?" "Hey, what are you shouting for? What kind of attitude is this?" As an elf, Vivian hated this kind of cruel spirit beast. Now that she saw this kind of attitude, her heart was very unhappy. Our big brother Chu Tian coming to help is giving you Druid's face, making it seem like we owe you. The Druid high priest of the Bear Tribe had a fiery temper and immediately spoke without restraint. "Humph! If it wasn't for the Druids helping to deal with the undead church, would Prophet Yoda's old injuries have relapsed? If it wasn't for the Druids' help, Green City would have already been destroyed. If this human became the city lord, how could there be any Miracle City? It's not wrong to say that you owe us." Vivian had only said it casually. She did not expect the Druid to be so unreasonable. She was so angry that she almost crushed her cheeks. "If the city is destroyed, how can the Druids be spared? You speak as if the Druids are selfless. Aren't you doing it for yourselves? If Brother Chu Tian didn't kill the Lich, not to mention your prophet, all the Druids who participated in the battle would have died. How are you going to settle this debt?" The eyes of the Bear Tribe's high priest widened. "Glaring at me? Do you want to fight?" Vivian's personality wasn't as fiery as Nangong Yun's. She wouldn't fight if she wanted to, but other than being obedient in front of Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu, she really wasn't afraid of anyone. So she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white wrist. Stupid bears like you, I've beaten more than 10 of them. Seeking death. The druid high priest of the bear tribe roared. His entire body emitted a dazzling light, and his body instantly expanded by 5 to 6 times. His leather armor burst open, and his mane grew wildly. He was about to turn into a giant beast. Vivian's eyes narrowed. Spatial energy trembled as a dagger floated in the air, emitting a powerful aura. It instantly locked onto the giant beast, as if the dagger would be able to cut it into pieces with just the slightest movement. Space attributed source spirit. The druids all turned pale, with fright. Vivian looked like she was 14 years old, but her cultivation wasn't low. She was in the peak 4th true spirit layer, and she had spatial energy that normal people couldn't defend against. It wasn't hard for her to kill a few high priest druids. The druids were all on guard, and they all prepared to make a move. Chu Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest like he was watching a play, but he was muttering in his heart. These druids really were unreasonable. If he didn't properly deal with these fellows who did things their own way, perhaps they would cause trouble for Miracle City in the future. Stop! A druid high priest came forward. This was a rare eagle race spirit beast. He had a pair of giant wings, and his feet were like eagle claws. The eagle race was silent, and they were not as violent as the bear people, so he immediately came forward to stop them. The city lord came to save the prophet out of kindness, and you still made a move against them. Do you not care about the druid religion? What did the prophet teach us? If you want to fight, I don't recommend it. Chu Tian slowly said, Only, I think I forgot to introduce you. This is Vivian from the Eternal Forest. She is Miracle City's Vice City Lord, the Eternal Forest's Elven King's youngest daughter, as well as the Eternal Forest's most talented elven wings. These words were like a bolt of lightning hitting the druids. The Elven King's youngest daughter. This elven girl was actually the Elven King's youngest daughter. The Bear People's high priest was speechless and could only return to his original appearance. Even if the druids were rebellious, would they dare make a move against the Elven King's daughter? Not to mention whether they could win or not. Just the Elven King, representing the Eternal Forest, was not something that any local power could resist. Sorry, the druids were too impulsive this time. The eagle race druid high priest stared at the Bear People and immediately came in front of Chu Tian and Vivian. As long as we can save Sir Prophet, the druids are willing to pay any price. I hope the city lord doesn't mind. Of course I don't mind. Chu Tian didn't have any temper, but since the druids like to settle accounts this much, then I might as well calculate it. You said that Yoda brought people to help deal with the Lich. I admit this, but if the skin doesn't exist, where will the hair attach to? The druids didn't make a move just for the city. I also saved Yoda from the Lich Dragon and sent him the medicine as soon as I returned to the city, so the two sides are even on this matter. The eagle race druid high priest was very embarrassed. Yes, the city lord is right. Then we'll count it another way. Chu Tian took out a star marrow pill. This is to save Grandmaster Yoda. This city lord personally brought people into the underground world, killed 18 fierce beasts, collected 8 kinds of immortal herbs, and refined this pill using an ancient recipe. I think that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I won't ask for a high price, so you can buy it for 500,000 source stones. 500,000 source stones? How could the druids have that many source stones? The druids didn't have any source of income, not to mention 500,000 source stones. They couldn't even take out 50,000 or even 5,000. Chu Tian put away the pill. This city lord has something to do, so I'll be leaving first. When you have enough money, you can come find me. After saying this, Chu Tian looked like he was about to leave. City lord, the druids were all panicking. You can't be this heartless. Heartless? I also want to talk about feelings, but you're talking about benefits with me. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but in my eyes, the Druids are just a group of petty people who only remember grudges and not kindness. What kind of feelings do I have? I saved Yoda today, but who knows that in a few days you will rebel against me. Rather than taking this kind of risk, I might as well make the first move. The Druids broke out in a cold sweat. Chu Tian saying this, it was like he wanted to fall out with the Druids. Right now, Miracle City was controlled by Chu Tian's family. Not only did he have the gnomes' approval, he also had the support of most of the shaman religion and several tribes. If Chu Tian wanted to kill the Druids, he definitely had the ability to take advantage of Yoda being heavily injured to eliminate the Druids. Vivian, let's go. Vivian released her spatial energy and prepared to leave with Chu Tian. City Lord, wait. The Druids all came over. The Bear Tribe's high priest's expression changed. He knew that he had caused a large disaster. This calm-looking city lord was not an easy person to deal with. I am willing to swear in the name of the Druid god that I will be loyal to Miracle City and not do anything against the Druids. Chu Tian finally raised his hand. He had Vivian stop the spatial transfer. The other Druids knew what to do, so they angrily swore that they would never betray Miracle City. The Druids swore in the name of their god, so this kind of oath was more trustworthy. This city lord doesn't like killing and fighting. Everyone can live a good life. What's wrong with earning money together? Chu Tian shook his head and said, Prophet Yoda is a wise person. Miracle City needs this kind of wise person. Although you have disappointed me, I am still willing to give you a discount, 100,000 source stones. The Druid wanted to cry. Sir City Lord, the Druids don't have any wealth. We really can't take this out. Another Druid priest said, we can slowly repay the source stones, but the prophet's situation cannot be delayed. You're right. Chu Tian patted his head and took out several scrolls. Then we'll make several spiritual contracts. The 100,000 source stones will be the Druid Temple's debt to Miracle City, and I'll give the Druids 3 years to work for Miracle City. This contract needs all the high priests to sign, and as long as they accept the conditions, I will immediately save the prophet. Perhaps it wasn't a sudden idea. These contracts had been prepared a long time ago. If they had a bit of a brain, they would have realized that they had fallen into the city lord's trap. But did they have a choice? Sign. We'll sign. 100,000 source stones was not a small number, but to save Prophet Yoda, the Druids were willing to pay any price. Under the lead of the Bear Tribe's high priest, all the high priests came forward to sign the contract with Chu Tian. Chu Tian revealed a cunning smile, like his plan had succeeded. Once you fall into the trap, can you still run? Chapter 445. Since the Druids admitted defeat, Chu Tian did not make it hard for them. He immediately gave the Star Marrow pill to Vivian and had Prophet Yoda take it. The Druids were filled with nervousness, although they had suffered a large loss. As long as Prophet Yoda was cured, the Druids were willing to pay this price. Wasn't it just owing Miracle City 100,000 source stones? This number was not a small number, but with the work of the several hundred Druid priests in the Druid Temple, they could repay 10 to 20,000 every year, so they could repay it in 4 or 5 years. Vivian's heart was also a bit nervous. The Druids were not easy to deal with. If Chu Tian ruthlessly slaughtered them and didn't achieve the desired effect, the Druids would rebel again, and Chu Tian's prestige as the city lord would be greatly reduced. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. After Yoda took the Star Marrow pill, his skinny body slowly recovered a bit of vitality. There was a faint glow of starlight surrounding his body, and it was like rain on a dry land, making his wrinkled skin recover its vitality. It seems like it's effective. The Druids revealed looks of pleasant surprise. This pill seemed mediocre and didn't have any extraordinary abilities, but the effect was so instantaneous. It seemed like the city lord wasn't lying. This was definitely a rare immortal pill. Whether it was the materials used or the method of concoction, they were all impeccable. The prophet is awake. The prophet is awake. The druids cried out in joy. Yoda had already gradually regained consciousness. Vivian saw the druids being this happy, and she felt very proud in her heart. Big brother Chu Tian was truly powerful. This dying person was actually revived by a single pill. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Prophet Yoda, how do you feel? Yoda was the spiritual pillar of the Druid religion. Although the Druid religion had several high priests, just the high priest's power alone couldn't stabilize the religion. Once something happened to Yoda, the Druids would split. It wouldn't just be the Druid religion's problem, but rather the entire Miracle City's problem. Chu Tian didn't want Miracle City's conscription to go wrong. Yoda woke up and was stunned for half a second. He was surprised to find that his body had changed. The injuries from my battle with the Lich Dragon have completely recovered, and the old injuries are clearly improving. The Druid was overjoyed. This meant that the prophet would soon be able to recover his full strength. At that time, Yoda would be a peak spirit transformation true spirit expert. Chu Tian had already expected this. If you take the pill I refined, these minor injuries will naturally heal, but you don't need to thank me too much because this pill was sold to your druid temple. It was just a fair trade. After Yoda understood what was going on, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, with Yoda's wisdom, how could he not guess that Miracle City would make a move against the druids? No matter how magnanimous a ruler was, he wouldn't tolerate a bunch of troublemakers in his territory who didn't listen to him at all. However, Yoda never expected that Chu Tian would actually use this method. 100,000 yuan stones is actually not that much. Chu Tian gave a suggestion. I'm prepared to set up a staff department in Miracle City and have Prophet Yoda be Miracle City's chief staff officer with an annual salary of 10,000 source stones. Are you interested? The druids were infuriated once again. Chu Tian actually wanted the druid's great prophet to be his subordinate. This was simply an insult to the druid religion and the druid god. Yoda was a bit hesitant. He didn't agree or refuse. I want to remind everyone here that the current Miracle City is no longer the green city of the past. Chu Tian spoke in a calm and dignified manner. The person in charge has changed, and the rules have also changed. I respect the druid culture, so I can create an autonomous region in the city. However, within my city, all citizens must follow Miracle City's rules. There are no exceptions, and there can be no exceptions. He had already said so much. Could the druids refuse? Chu Tian was also lenient, giving the druids enough freedom. Miracle City would not interfere with the druids' internal affairs, but the druids had to follow Miracle City's rules. With a city lord like you in Miracle City, the Forest of Chaos will have a new world. Yoda said with an emotional sigh, I agree to the city lord's request. I am willing to use my meager wisdom to help Miracle City prosper. The druids were all stunned. The noble and mysterious prophet actually agreed to this kind of request. I believe in Prophet Yoda's promise. From today on, Prophet Yoda will be Miracle City's chief of staff and high-ranking scholar. I believe you will not regret your choice today. Chu Tian took a step back and cupped his hands. Since it's like this city lord will not talk anymore. Prophet Yoda has not fully recovered and needs to rest. I will wait for the prophet's arrival in the city lord's castle. Vivian reached out her hand. The two of them disappeared in a spatial vibration. Sir Prophet, the great druid said with a complicated expression, do we really have to submit to the rule of this human? That's right. We do not need to submit to a human. The druids are free. How could we be controlled by a human? Submit. How could we submit? Yoda sat down on the platform. I can't see Miracle City's future, but I can say with certainty that this city will undergo an earth-shattering change. The druids have been wandering around the forest and have never had a true home. So I think we should find a stable place to live in. From today on, the druids will not only have to follow Miracle City's rules, they will also have to actively enter the world. The great druid high priests were very shocked. The druids always had a neutral attitude. Unless their lives were threatened, they would not participate in any disputes. Yoda wanted everyone to actively enter the world. This was completely different from the druids' teachings. But the druids never doubted the prophet's words. If Prophet Yoda said this, then it must be reasonable and it would be beneficial to the druids. These great druids never doubted the prophet, not to mention the other druids. Although they were a bit confused, everyone accepted it. Yoda's clear eyes flashed with light before he slowly closed them. Vivian brought Chu Tian to a prairie with a fast-flowing stream and hundreds of flowers blooming. Butterflies flew through the bushes, there were wild deer and rabbits running away, and there were mountains all around that reached into the clouds. How did this look like a city? It was simply a quiet forest park. If they walked forward another 10 miles, they would reach the arena for the recruitment. This kind of city was too spacious and too big. It was almost like a small country. It was enough for humans to build several large cities. Big brother, is that dwarf very strong? Vivian thought about it. When he just woke up, I felt like I didn't have a chance of winning against him. If he recovers his strength, perhaps he would be a spirit transformation expert. Vivian was basically the second strongest expert in Miracle City. At least with the void escaping and the spatial dagger's offensive power, there weren't many heaven spirit realm experts that could fight her, but there was nothing she could do if she met a spirit transformation expert. Miracle City still needs a strong enough person to oversee it, not to mention that Yoda has enough wisdom and knowledge. Whether it is managing the city or participating in the laboratory research, he can become an important person. If you do this and make the druids submit, once Big Sister Meng Qingwu finds out, she will definitely be very happy. The last obstacle in Miracle City had been swept away. From now on, it was time for the city to truly develop. At this time, Chu Tian's communication device rang. It was actually Dolores calling. Chu Tian hadn't seen this coquettish fox girl in several days, and he didn't know where she ran off to. It was said that she was sent out by Meng Qingwu to do something, but it seemed like she had already returned to Miracle City. Let's go to the City Lord's castle. Vivian used her spatial energy without saying anything else. Dolores was in the magnificent hall of the City Lord's castle, playing with the communication device in her hand. Although she didn't know the principle behind it, the thing Chu Tian made was just too easy to use. No matter where the other party was, she could immediately contact them without any hindrance. There was a spatial fluctuation. Vivian brought Chu Tian back here. Chu Tian looked at the travel-worn Dolores. I haven't seen you in so many days. Where did you run off to? You're still talking? A respected city lord doesn't even know what his subordinates are doing. Dolores helplessly rolled her eyes at him. I've mobilized over 500 clansmen and have already formed a fox caravan, heading off in different directions to open a trade route for Miracle City. The gnome period. This was basically an isolated city. The gnomes were good at studying, but they weren't good at doing business. The city's income came from the taxes of foreign merchants. Now that the master had changed, Miracle Commerce was a business organization, and there was a vice city lord with a merchant background like Meng Qingwu. Naturally, they would use Miracle City's superior location to do business. It was expected that Meng Qingwu would use the fox people to do this. Chu Tian had also considered this before. The fox people were natural merchants. I came back with a city returning scroll to report some matters. Dolores patted her waist where there were 2 scrolls. But speaking of this thing is really easy to use. Nonsense. Do you know how precious a scroll is now? Miracle Commerce only had a few transport scrolls. Although Chu Tian had obtained a large amount of Eyes of the Star, he didn't have time to make them yet. It seemed like Meng Qingwu had given the remaining scrolls to Dolores so that she could report back to the city at any time. Dolores didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "We have already contacted many powerful tribes, towns, and even cities far away. Almost all of them are very interested in our products. This is a good thing, but we've also encountered a problem." Dolores gave a slight sigh. "I came back to discuss this matter, but the Vice City Lord is in closed-door cultivation. Although I'm very unwilling, I can only discuss it with you." "Fuck. You're saying it like I'm very willing." Chu Tian found that something was wrong. He first fought the shaman, and then the undead, establishing his prestige and image. The young miss had only been here for a few days, and she had already become the center of everyone's attention. The respected city lord had instead become a decoration. Chapter 446. Chu Tian was depressed, but he didn't care about it with his personality. He was happy to be idle anyway. Dolores's Fox Clan caravan had opened a trade route for Miracle City, and they had already obtained some initial results. They had basically settled in the nearby small towns, and were negotiating with the local tribes, even trying to establish contact with other forest cities. "We are preparing to build a large-scale miracle shopping center." Dolores told Chu Tian her idea. "The first batch will be placed in over 20 small towns to test it out. We will be working with over 100 tribes this time, selling Miracle City's products and sharing the forest resources, creating the largest supermarket in the forest." Miracle Shopping Center concept. Meng Qingwu had already mentioned it in southern Xia's South Sky City. The Miracle Shopping Center was a large-scale general merchandise platform and a supermarket built by the company. With Miracle Commerce's products as the main product, it would be clearly priced and sold on the shelves, allowing them to be sold in chains all over the country. This platform would also bring in the products of powerful companies from all over the city, making the shopping center more complete and competitive. Meng Qingwu's idea was very far-sighted, and she indeed had a lot of potential. The only mistake was the Miracle Commerce's development speed. Miracle Commerce's rise from South Sky City to jumping out of southern Xia had only taken a year. There were also canned food, magnetic sound machines, source energy weapons, and other products with great potential. The Miracle Shopping Center's development speed couldn't keep up with the company's development speed, so Miracle Commerce's revenue wasn't that large. Therefore, it was quite useless in southern Xia. Meng Qingwu once again mentioned the concept of the forest supermarket. This wasn't just because Miracle Commerce's position wasn't the same as before. Miracle Commerce itself wasn't the same as before. Miracle Commerce's spatial technology had made large progress over the past few months. The Miracle Shopping Center would change in a way that surpassed people's imaginations, becoming the largest supermarket chain in the forest. The Forest of Chaos was this big and rich in resources. Why were the forest races so poor? Why were there so few merchants from outside the forest that came to do business? The main reason was that the forest environment was too complicated and dangerous. There were ferocious aborigines everywhere, and bandits who blocked the road were everywhere. 90% of the powers in the forest followed the dark forest law and did not dare show themselves. Every time the forest merchants came to the Forest of Chaos to do business, it was a 9 out of 10 gamble. These contradictions affected the development of the Forest of Chaos, and it was because of these contradictions that Meng Qingwu saw a large opportunity. The Miracle Shopping Center could change this situation. The Miracle Shopping Center was no longer the large physical shopping center of South Sky City. Rather, it was a higher level, more suitable, more convenient, and more flexible existence. It combined the already mature Miracle Commerce Communication Technology, sound and image transmission, air transportation technology, as well as the beginning, but already beginning to be used space and spiritual technology. Dolores gave an example. We are prepared to open the virtual shopping centers in 20 small towns, using image transferring mirrors to display products. The important products will be directly tested in spiritual experience stores, and each store will be connected to Miracle City, allowing customers to directly ask questions from a distance. This way, we don't need a large store, and we can have tens of thousands of products. Chu Tian nodded. Sounds good. That's not all. We can use the Miracle Broadcasting Station and the Miracle Television Station to advertise and buy products. For example, we can use the Miracle Shopping Center's hot products, activity products, or the newest products to broadcast or send pictures and videos to various places. It's best if people can buy things without leaving their homes. Vivian was confused hearing this. How will we send things to our customers? This will depend on the spatial technology you're in charge of. Dolores became more excited the more she spoke. Although with Miracle Commerce's current level, we can't open a personal storage warehouse for everyone, but we can collect orders and send them to the various cities and towns. If there is a large order from a tribe, we can use the airship to send it. This way, the risk of encountering us will be almost zero. In doing business in the Forest of Chaos, risk was always number one. This risk mainly came from the outside world, but with Miracle Commerce's method of doing business, not only was it fast and convenient, there was almost no risk at all. Miracle Commerce didn't just sell their own products, they could also sell products from Southern Xia. The large tribes chose to cooperate with Miracle Commerce, and they sold their products on the Miracle Shopping Center. Not only could they sell it to the various cities and towns in the forest, they could even sell it to countries outside the Forest of Chaos. When the products were no longer restricted by region, the price would naturally rise, and the benefits would be unimaginable. Miracle Commerce's platform would not only create a large amount of value, it would also allow them to take large amounts of resources for themselves. It would also allow the locals of the forest to become rich, allowing the Forest of Chaos to undergo an earth-shattering change. Vivian's blood boiled, hearing this. Just like how Vivian thought of the space warehouse when it was built, this was a large benefit to the elves. For example, the elves' tea leaves, artwork, and various treasures. If they were sold locally, they wouldn't be worth much, but if they were sold to the human empires, they could be sold for over 100 times the price. Didn't the elves not like interacting with the outside world? Now, they could ship these things to Miracle City and have Miracle City sell them in the shopping center. At worst, they could just split the profits, and the elves could obtain benefits they didn't even dare believe before. In the future, the elves could use the Miracle Shopping Center to buy products from all over the continent. As long as they paid the money, these goods would be sent from all over the world to the Eternal Forest, to the secret area where the elves lived, allowing the elves' lives to be greatly improved. Too great. Good, it really is good. Chu Tian rubbed his chin in a puzzled voice. What trouble do you have? Miracle Commerce is still too small. Right now, we don't have enough manpower to send people to build the shopping center. Moreover, as the shopping center becomes larger and larger, our shopping center team will become larger and larger. In the end, we will become bloated, and it will be hard to manage. Dolores said with a sigh, there is another very important thing. Think about it. We've opened such a large market. If we just eat it all by ourselves, wouldn't others be jealous? Vivian knit her brows. Then what do we do? Vice City Lord Meng Qinggu is preparing to find a regional agent. This will solve this problem very well. Dolores said after a pause, the small towns have their own agents, the cities have their own agents, and the countries have their own agents. will cooperate with the strongest power in the area and let the locals manage the shopping center. Miracle City will provide technical support and management and will split the profits. This way, it will make it easier for the local areas to manage, and it will make everyone rich together. The young miss really has a way. If we find an agent like this, it will make it easier for the local areas to manage, and it will speed up our development. On the surface, it looks like we're giving up some profits, but it will create a more stable, win-win situation. Chu Tian nodded. Since it's like this, then we'll do it. Do you think I don't want to? Dolores rolled her eyes. Vice City Lord Meng Qingwu's plan is meticulous, but there are still some oversights and miscalculations. The large tribes and races in the Forest of Chaos are much poorer than she imagined. Although many people are interested, they don't have enough money to participate. No money? What's there to talk about without money? Chu Tian had a look of misfortune. Could it be Miracle Commerce is going to help them build everything? I came back for this goal. Dolores revealed a strange smile. I was thinking like this. Chu Tian and Vivian were both stunned. Dolores was not a stupid person. She should know how big the investment was. They hadn't even seen the profits yet. Could it be that they were going to spend all their money first? She was Miracle City's chief financial officer. She should know that Miracle City's financial situation was not optimistic. I have an idea. We can use this chance to create another platform. If this platform succeeds in the Forest of Chaos and even on the continent, it won't be any worse than the Miracle Shopping Center. Dolores paused. I've even thought of a name for the platform. It'll be called Miracle Bank. Bank. This was Vivian's first time hearing this term. What is a bank? We'll invest a large amount of money to build a bank, and the bank will lend them money through mortgages, allowing them to complete the initial construction. Dolores said this before adding, of course, the bank won't lend money for free. We can set a high interest rate and use this method to earn money. Vivian quickly thought of the key point. What if they don't return the money they borrow? The forest races are actually not truly poor. Their tribes have accumulated treasures from generation to generation. They only lack primordial stones and certain resources that they need. Our loans have mortgages, so if the tribes want to borrow money from us, they have to put up a mortgage. Dolores added after saying this, in the future, when Miracle City has enough reputation, we can expand our business even further. The forest races have money, and it's not safe to keep large amounts of money in their tribes, so they can store it in the bank. Not only will we not charge them a storage fee, we'll even give them a certain amount of interest. We'll use the bank's money to pay a mortgage, using money to make money, creating an endless cycle. Good. Chu Tian was very excited. Very good. Dolores did not disappoint Chu Tian, actually thinking of this method. This fellow was destined to be recorded in history. She would become the founding ancestor of the continent's financial world. This is a detailed plan. Dolores gave a scroll to Chu Tian. I hope that the bank can open as soon as possible, giving Miracle City and Miracle Commerce a stronger motivation. Chapter 447. Miracle Bank's future was limitless. Not only would it increase Miracle City's influence in the future, it would allow Miracle City to control the economy of the entire forest, finally becoming the continent's business and financial center. Coming back to the modern world from the future allowed Chu Tian to have incomparably advanced knowledge. Therefore, he could clearly understand that Miracle Bank had great potential. If this idea came from Chu Tian's head, it wouldn't be strange at all. Dolores was a native that grew up in the forest, so for her to think of this was a very incredible matter. Chu Tian asked, how much money do you think is appropriate to take from the company's treasury? Dolores decisively replied, all of it. All of it? That's right. Dolores said in a very confident voice, the Miracle Shopping Center has just started. so it will only be a trial with 20 small towns and a few large tribes, but I think the amount of loans won't be small. But after these powers borrow source stones, they will have to buy equipment, materials, technology, and agent fees from the company. They will also have to pay maintenance and technicians, so most of the source stones will flow back to Miracle City. Miracle Bank's source stones will circulate once and then flow back into Miracle City's pockets. Vivian was a bit confused. We've opened our business, sold our products, increased our influence, and developed the Miracle Shopping Center and the bank. But in the end, we've obtained a large amount of debt. We've eaten up all the benefits. How could there be this kind of good thing in this world? Dolores blinked. This is just this kind of good thing. Truly a large merchant, the cunning of the Fox clan was vividly displayed. With this Fox clan merchant team in Miracle City, how could they worry about not being able to make a lot of money in the future? After a few days, the young Miss, Ying, and Nangong had all smoothly broken through. Their starlight immortal bodies had reached the large success realm, and they had broken through to the true spirit realm. When Meng Qingwu came out, she learned that Dolores was planning to build Miracle Bank. This made Meng Qingwu very surprised, but with her outstanding mind and intelligence, she instantly understood the benefits. Not simple. Truly not simple. This Fox clan woman was indeed a talent that could handle things alone. On the other hand, Miracle City's conscription was coming to an end. Chu Tian was the city lord and the one who started the conscription. So, of course, he had to personally take a look. The people in charge of the recruitment were Dongfeng Haoren and Chen Bingyu. These two had low-key personalities, so they weren't very active in the upper echelons of miracle commerce. However, they were very direct and efficient, so the recruitment had been completed without any problems. Of course, their contributions could not go unnoticed. 30,000 natives of the forest who had gone through layers of selection were standing neatly on the empty ground. They were arranged according to their size and race. Although their clothes and weapons were different, they already looked like a military unit. Not only were there recruits from Miracle City, the various tribes gathered around to join in the fun. This kind of scene was rarely seen in the forest. This was the first regular army in the Forest of Chaos, and the first batch of professional soldiers. Sister Bing, Haoren, you've worked hard. Before Chu Tian went on stage, he shook hands with the two of them. Chen Bingyu's style didn't change at all, always wearing a black mask and keeping a low profile. Dongfeng Haoren was different. Dongfeng Haoren's tall and strong body was covered in armor, looking like a veteran general on the battlefield. This made Chu Tian feel very satisfied. Dongfeng Haoren had grown very quickly in this period of time. So Chu Tian wanted to train him into a general of Miracle City's army. I believe that the soldiers participating in Miracle City's conscription are the strongest and most elite warriors of the forest. Chu Tian took a loudspeaker and went on stage. You are all elites picked out of 10. You are all warriors among warriors. Miracle City is in need of people, so we welcome you to become Miracle City's glorious soldiers. The eyes of the 30,000 recruits revealed looks of pride. The soldiers here had fought countless battles in the virtual arena, and they had passed a series of tests before finally becoming Miracle City's soldiers. For them to be able to stand here, it was the pride of a soldier. Not to mention that becoming a Miracle City soldier not only meant finding a good job for themselves, it also meant gaining quite a bit of glory and benefits for their tribes. I can clearly tell everyone that from the moment you chose Miracle City, you will welcome a different life. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Everyone will have a fair starting point. Wealth, power, and glory, it is inexhaustible. Chu Tian gave a passionate shout. From today onwards, we will carry the glory of Miracle City and fight for Miracle City. Let us create Miracle City's glory together. Roar, roar, roar. The recruits all roared out. The tribes of the forest were simple-minded. Therefore, it didn't take much brain power to lead this kind of army. As long as they were treated well, as long as they were given enough respect, as long as they were given a future they could look forward to, there would be many soldiers willing to work for Miracle City. Other than that, this city lord will use this chance to announce a large matter. Chu Tian loudly shouted, in order to give Miracle City's citizens better benefits, Miracle Commerce will establish Miracle Bank and open a savings account for the citizens. Every idle source stone in the hands of a Miracle City citizen can be used to open a savings account in Miracle City. You can deposit and withdraw as you wish. There are no restrictions. We will provide the safest financial protection for the citizens, and not only will we not charge any fees, we will also give interest to the citizens. 1% interest for a full month, 8% interest for half a year, and 20% interest for a full year. The Miracle City people were stunned. They all had strange expressions as they whispered in each other's ears. More and more source stones could be stored. This was just too incredible. A full year's interest was 20%. If 100 source stones were stored for a year, wouldn't it become 120 source stones? The gnomes had very long lifespans. If they stored source stones in Miracle Bank for 50 to 100 years, how much wealth would it become with the annual interest? Chu Tian chose to announce the establishment of Miracle Bank at the recruit ceremony to attract more people's attention. Miracle Bank's savings account was only open to citizens for now. This was mainly because Chu Tian was clear that Miracle Commerce's influence wasn't enough. Why would the forest locals and outside powers believe him? Not to mention that the Forest of Chaos would suddenly change. If Miracle City was destroyed one day, where would these people's wealth go? So Miracle Bank's savings account was a kind of welfare, opening it to the official citizens of Miracle City. When the time was right, they would expand it. But it was clear that even in Miracle City, most people didn't believe it. How could there be such an incredible matter? Miracle Commerce would take care of the source stones, and the source stones could be multiplied with interest, producing even more source stones. The results of Miracle Bank's opening were not good. Chu Tian used his status as the city lord to promote it, and used Miracle Commerce's strength as a guarantee. He also showed the citizens that the space warehouse was safe and convenient, but the citizens maintained a wait-and-see attitude and had no interest. Chu Tian was very depressed. This was not a good sign, although haste makes waste for this kind of business, and he had to take it slow. If everyone didn't have confidence in Miracle City and Chu Tian, how would they develop in the future? Chu Tian discussed it with Meng Qingwu and Dolores. Who cares? They would start lending in the forest first. Dolores led the fox race merchants around to negotiate. Finally, several strong local powers decided to use treasures of enough value as collateral, taking out a large amount of source stones from Miracle Bank to start a big business. Miracle Bank was 100% a high-interest loan. The treasures the locals used as collateral were valued at the market price of the forest, which was around double the value of the loan. The annual interest on the loan was 100%. Even like this, when the leaders appeared, the other tribes and large locals followed suit and were all willing to accept this harsh loan. This was because they understood that if they didn't take the loan, someone else would. If they didn't grasp this kind of good opportunity and someone else took it, it would be too late to regret it later. The worst result was that they couldn't repay the loan and would have to pay the bank the treasures in the space warehouse. Miracle Bank's successful loans gradually increased, and Meng Qingwu and Dolores began to have headaches. This was troublesome. They didn't have enough source stones. These people were more enthusiastic about taking loans than they imagined. The treasures of the tribes were like trash. They all rushed to use them as collateral. These things were valued high in the forest market. So if Miracle Commerce shipped them out, wouldn't it be worth several times more? Therefore, no matter if the locals could repay the loan or not, this business was not a loss for Miracle Commerce. Moreover, giving the source stones to the locals would quickly improve the business system around Miracle City. The one who would benefit in the end would be Miracle City. So, of course, the company would do their best to lend. Meng Qingwu tightly knit her brows. How many source stones do we have left? There's only 10,000 left. Dolores's face was filled with worry. We've already stepped on the red line. If we keep taking loans, the city's operations will be in danger, and the gnome's research base will be affected. But there are several important areas that haven't received loans yet. The gnome Great Elder Clark requests an audience. Clark, invite him in. Clark brought several clansmen with him, carrying several boxes as he walked in. Meng Qingwu looked at the gnomes in a puzzled manner. Elder Clark, you are... The gnome Great Elder Clark waved his hand, and the gnome priests immediately opened the boxes, revealing large amounts of source stones in front of them. These 50,000 source stones are the source stones the gnomes haven't used for a long time. I'm prepared to deposit them in Miracle Bank for a year in the name of the gnomes. Meng Qingwu and Dolores were surprised before being filled with joy. This was truly an unexpected pleasant surprise. The gnomes would provide this large deposit, providing a large amount of support for Miracle Bank. Clark was not stupid. The gnomes would do this because the gnomes and Miracle City's benefits were linked. If Miracle City became prosperous, they would also benefit. The other reason was that the gnomes had seen Miracle Bank's stable profit model, so they had enough confidence in Miracle Bank. Miracle Bank's appearance would not only earn large amounts of money for Miracle City, it would also be a catalyst for the development of the entire area. Finally, Meng Qingwu signed a special agreement with Clark. The monthly and half-year interest on these 50,000 source stones were eliminated. As long as they were deposited for a year, they would provide 40% interest. To encourage and support the gnomes, they would double the interest. The gnomes were also very happy. A year wasn't considered much to the gnomes. 50,000 source stones in Miracle Bank would double in value in a year. This was something they didn't even dare think about in the past. The matter of the gnomes having a large deposit in Miracle Bank was immediately spread through Miracle Commerce's channels in Miracle City. This caused a large stir, and there were many powers and individuals that came to deposit, making the stagnant deposit business become more active. Miracle Bank obtained enough capital, continuing to lend and invest in the forest, while Miracle Bank was becoming more prosperous. At this time, there was a piece of news that came from southern Xia that made Chu Tian pay attention to it. Chapter 448. The Southern Summer Central State Laboratory had a piece of exciting news. The Source Energy Computer had made a breakthrough. This was the most exciting thing for Chu Tian recently. Miracle Commerce had experienced several breakthroughs in its development over the past year, creating the source energy weapons, the space warehouse, and the spiritual world. Now, whether it was technology or production, it was facing a bottleneck. With Chu Tian's knowledge in this era, he could only use the crudest method to realize a part of it before falling into a stagnant state. Now that the source energy computer had been successfully developed, it would instantly break the current ceiling and increase the potential of Miracle Commerce by a large amount. So it could be said that this was a very important matter. The source energy matrix is not stable, so we can't move it for now. What do you plan on doing? Meng Qingwu had participated in the source energy computer research before. Although she didn't know what use the source energy computer had, the Source Energy Computer Project could be said to be the project that took the longest time in Miracle Commerce. This was also one of the projects that Chu Tian had prepared the earliest. This complicated, troublesome, and strenuous project, if it wasn't worth it, Chu Tian would never do it. Young miss, Go to the gnome's laboratory. I want to borrow their remaining spatial crystals. Chu Tian made his decision. Nangong will contact Yun Tianhe and Gu Qianxiu. I will send the blueprints and materials for the transport tower to the warehouse and have them prepare it in Central State City. Vivian will personally make a trip there and reach Central State as soon as possible. She will build the transport tower for Southern Xia, making it easier for me to go there. All right. The transport tower was very convenient. Once there was a transport tower, the two places would be very close, and they could teleport at any time. However, the transport tower not only needed the incomparably precious eyes of the star, it also needed large amounts of spatial materials. Miracle Commerce didn't have many of these rare materials, and even the gnomes didn't have many in their several hundred years of storage. When Miracle City's transport tower was built, Chu Tian had already used most of the gnome's spatial attributed materials. Now that he was in a rush to build the second transport tower, Chu Tian had no choice but to borrow the gnome's spatial crystals. If these things were left in the hands of the gnomes, they would at most be used to make some storage equipment. It would be better to lend them to Chu Tian, and Chu Tian would just give them a space warehouse in the future. Everyone immediately began to carry out the order. Not good. Meng Yingying hurriedly ran in. The forest tribe is causing trouble in the city. Their leader is Arnold. We don't know how to deal with them. Quickly go and take a look. What were these guys doing? Under the Miracle Castle, several chiefs brought a large group of people to protest. The newly recruited guards of the city lord's castle were in a dilemma. On one hand, many of these people were from their tribes, so it wasn't good to directly fall out with them. Arnold, you King dare to rebel? Arnold saw the angry Chu Tian and immediately shrunk his neck. He never thought that he would draw out Chu Tian. After hesitating for a few seconds, he loudly said, "We are not rebelling. We are only fighting for our legal rights. We want to see Miracle Bank's chairman." Miracle Bank was established, and Meng Qingwu was the chairman, and Dolores was the vice chairman. Arnold and the others did not want to see Meng Qingwu. Rather, they wanted to ask Dolores for an explanation. Why do you want to see her? Because that seductive fox Dolores is unfair. Arnold's large nostrils released steam. He looked very angry. Recently, she has been giving large amounts of primeval stones from the bank to the people outside, but she is not willing to lend us a single primeval stone. Why is that? It's just because we had some grudges before. This is clearly using her position to take revenge. We don't accept this. That's right. Outsiders can borrow money from the bank, but we can't. Our tribe will send out 500 elites to become Miracle City's regular soldiers. The chiefs were all filled with excitement, like they had suffered a large loss. This made Chu Tian feel like his head was about to explode. The so-called not worrying about scarcity, but worrying about inequality. Before miracle banking was established, everyone didn't think much of it, but now that miracle banking was established, several tens of thousands of source stones were used to lend money, but they were all sent to distant tribes and small towns. These locals tried to apply, but they were all rejected. The brains of the forest natives weren't that good. So Dolores's attitude was immediately suspected of having ulterior motives. They remembered that the Fox clan would often clash with the nearby Minotaurs and Tiger people, so they naturally thought that Dolores was abusing her position to take revenge. They didn't know the city lord was in trouble. Actually, it wasn't just the locals that were complaining, even the citizens were feeling dissatisfied. For example, Chu Tian had recruited large amounts of elites from the forest to form an army, giving them special treatment and giving them stable positions. On the other hand, the citizens didn't receive the same treatment, so there were many gnomes that were dissatisfied with the city lord. Could this be blamed on Dolores and Chu Tian? The surrounding tribes were born around Miracle City, so they were all in the same sphere of influence. Dolores' large amounts of loans was not only to develop the bank, but also to create a larger commercial area, allowing the Miracle Shopping Center to cover a part of the area. Chu Tian's conscription was to stabilize the surrounding tribes and locals, letting everyone have a stable life. He also gave the locals large amounts of jobs to stabilize their lives, which was beneficial to the development of the area. But facing the dissatisfaction of the citizens, Chu Tian could only announce a large conscription. The citizens had to make up a certain proportion of the conscripted soldiers. Chu Tian asked, "What are you taking loans for? What else can we do?" Arnold confidently said, "The new area is about to open. We need to save money to fight the evil dragon." There have been more and more advertisements recently, and we can see the evil dragon's abilities. It doesn't seem like a fellow that is easy to deal with. So what's wrong with preparing a bit more source stones? Did the locals only pursue this much? Chu Tian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he think they needed source stones for? Chu Tian asked, "Do you know that loans need to be mortgaged? Miracle Bank will give out source stones with interest, and if you can't pay it back, the item will be confiscated." "Isn't it just mortgaging? We can take it out," several rich tribes said without any hesitation. "We're not afraid. We just want source stones." These locals had to take out a loan. "Everyone, please listen to me." Chu Tian knit his brows and thought about it. Then he suddenly said, "Miracle Bank was not created to earn a large sum of money. Rather, it was created to promote the development of the forest. The source stones we give out are not just to earn interest, but also to increase the value of the source stones in the forest, creating a win-win situation for the entire forest. Not only do we lend out source stones, we also need to ensure that the lender receives more benefits. Otherwise, wouldn't this loan be a blood-sucking method?" The locals were confused. "What do you mean?" "My meaning is that if you want to apply for a loan from Miracle Bank, then you have to take action. We only encourage business loans at this stage. We don't support personal loans or tribe loans for pleasure." Arnold had an unhappy expression. "The Minotaurs don't know how to do business." "Who said you have to do business to start a business?" Chu Tian clapped his hands. "Ying map." Meng Ying quickly opened a large forest map. Chu Tian stood in front of the large map and pointed at the Minotaur Valley as he said, "The Minotaur Valley is rich in deposits, and the Minotaurs are strong. So why don't they make a mine? Miracle City will welcome a period of rapid development. And not only will the ore sell well, the price will also increase. Isn't this a business opportunity? The Minotaurs can use the ore as an excuse to bring in Miracle Commerce's investment. We can make a Minotaur mine together. And wouldn't the Minotaurs have an endless source of income like this?" Arnold felt this was reasonable. Borrowing money wasn't a long-term plan. The Minotaurs were already so poor that they only had their underwear left, so they would only become poor the more they borrowed, never having a day to turn around. It was better to teach a man to fish than to fish. Miracle Commerce would work with the Minotaurs to make a mine. Miracle Commerce would provide transportation, mining tools, various technologies, and sales channels. The Minotaurs would only need to be in charge of mining and refining, so they would have a large income in the future. Chu Tian pointed at another area and said, "There is a very rare wood near this ogre tribe. This wood itself is a level 3 material, and the entire forest is filled with it. You really don't know the treasure in front of you. We can also work with the ogres to make a lumber yard. This place is suitable for farming. This place is suitable for farming." The center of the Forest of Chaos was rich in resources. Even if Chu Tian randomly dug a hole, he could find a crystal mine that could be mined for 50 years. The rich resources were enough to make the entire forest rich. "Look, this forest is rich in resources. There are treasures everywhere. Why do you need to worry about a few source stones in the bank?" Chu Tian pointed out a large area on the map. "I plan to open a forest industrial park here, and The various tribes can invest with miracle commerce. Those with money will contribute money. Those with power will contribute labor. Those with technology will contribute technology. Those with resources will contribute resources. And those with channels will contribute channels. We will all split the profits, and everyone will become rich together. So why do we need to harm each other over a small matter? Right. The locals were all excited. Miracle Commerce's space warehouse was no longer a secret. With the rich local resources and Miracle Commerce's channels, it was enough for everyone to become rich, no longer needing to worry about things like famine. Chu Tian spoke for a long time until his saliva was almost dry, finally convincing the locals to leave. He had only provided a preliminary idea. As for the specific plan, it was the young Miss Business. This was something Chu Tian would not worry about at all. The forest was still very chaotic. The citizens, locals, and various powers were all mixed together. Only a patient and wise manager like the young miss would be able to organize everything. Chu Tian was afraid anyway. Chu Tian, you're truly amazing, actually tricking these barbaric and unreasonable fellows. Tricking? Is this called tricking? Chu Tian rolled his eyes. If we want the area to be stable, we can only make everyone rich. This is something we have to do sooner or later. It's not just talk. I really don't know what Miracle City will become in the future. Meng Yingying looked at the silent and empty area with an emotional sigh. Vivian will need a few days to go to southern Xia to build the transport tower. Do you have any other plans? Of course. We can't just directly go to southern Xia. We need to go to a place to collect some things before we go back. Chapter 449. The basin where they fought the Lich Dragon had already been sealed by the gnomes. Although the earth-shattering battle had passed for a while, the entire area was still covered in a thick death aura. Several dozen miles of vegetation had withered, and there were still undead wandering around. Whether it was Miracle City or the locals of other places, they were not interested in this place at all. The gnome Great Elder Clark had brought people in to dig, finally finding a space filled with strong death energy. This should be an ancient undead ruin. The Lich had built the altar and array on top of the ruins, gathering the death energy that had been brewing for tens of thousands of years, finally condensing it into a terrifying energy that could destroy the entire city. If it wasn't for Chu Tian stopping them in time, Miracle City would have already turned into a death zone. Chu Tian brought Yingying, the little fox, the 18 divine servants, and the 10 Fox Clan priests into the ruins. Everyone be careful. Chu Tian turned around and made a gesture. He looked into the deep underground space and said, "This place is filled with all kinds of dangerous undead." The Fox Clan priests were all confused. Why did Chu Tian come here for no reason? Then again, he didn't lack experts by his side. So why did he choose the demonic god religion's priests? The demonic god religion's priests were not strong in battle. So the Fox Clan's main value to Miracle City was beast taming and business. Damn, why does this place look so dark? Meng Yingying followed Chu Tian into the underground world. She felt her body turn cold, like there was ice water pouring into her pores. There are rotten bones all over the ground. It's just like a large tomb. What are you doing here? Are there hidden treasures here? Chu Tian revealed a laugh. Take a guess. Meng Yingying gave a snort. Clark had already brought people to explore the undead ruins, but because it was very dangerous and the negative energy was too strong, the team had to leave after entering a bit, so they didn't have much information to gather. Chu Tian was walking at the front with his sword drawn. The little fox was lying on his shoulder, sucking in large mouthfuls of energy. The death energy around them was sucked away, relieving the pressure on them. The entire underground world was like a huge ancient tomb. The skeletons of the ancient creatures, under some kind of powerful force, actually formed spiraling bone pillars. It was these pillars that firmly supported the space. Chu Tian keenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation. The entire ruin was not simply supported by a physical structure. It had formed some kind of profound and powerful energy field that enveloped the entire tomb. That was why it had not been damaged even after tens of millions of years. Even though the battle in the basin was extremely fierce, this place did not collapse in the slightest. Hey, when the time comes, you tell me what exactly is in this broken place. Meng Yingying did not finish her words when her eyes suddenly widened and her snow-white teeth chattered. Ghost, ghost, so many ghosts have appeared. The dozen or so people had just walked to a relatively spacious and flat area. There were spiraling bone pillars all around them, just like naturally formed stalactites rising from the ground. Only these bone pillars had large amounts of terrifying skulls embedded in them. At this moment, the skulls released a smoke-like energy. This energy quickly gathered in the air and quickly formed a fierce-looking ghost source spirit. There were many of them, and in the blink of an eye, there were several hundred of them. The dozen people were completely surrounded. The various ancient creature skeletons piled up all around them began to tremble. Hua! A bone arm reached out. Meng Yingying's slender leg was grabbed. She, who was already frightened, gave a sharp cry as she quickly kicked out. Meng Yingying's battle strength was not high, but she was still a true spirit cultivator. True spirit cultivator spirit energy erupted, and the bones were instantly shattered. Meng Yingying was still in shock as she found that the place where the bones touched her was smoking. It was a good thing she had the starlight immortal body to protect her. Otherwise, with this kind of strong death energy entering her body, her leg would have been mostly crippled. Voila! La! The entire world turned into a sea of bones. Countless strange skeletons slowly crawled out. There were so many of them that it was hard to imagine. There were quite a few complete ancient beast skeletons, and their bodies released an aura that was not inferior to a level 3 demon beast. Meng Yingying was scared silly. Run! Run your head! Chu Tian directly knocked her head. Truly useless. Don't tell others that you're with me in the future. Meng Yingying was very unconvinced. There were over 2,000 undead monsters awakened this time. These undead monsters had been sleeping in this tomb for who knows how long, and they were all very strong now. There were even some that were not inferior to true spirit experts. Meng Yingying was raised by Chu Tian, and she had never participated in any battles before. Although her cultivation was high, she was actually pitifully weak. How could she have seen this kind of scene before? Chu Tian patted the little fox. Let's go. The little fox immediately moved. Its figure flickered, and in an instant, it passed over the strongest undead monsters. Although the little fox's body looked like a normal little thing to them, it was like a bullet hitting its prey. These strong undead monsters collapsed with a single touch. They were monsters without intelligence in the end. The little fox could easily swallow their soul flames. Chu Tian waved his hand, and the demonic god priests began to summon. Several dozen summoned beasts surrounded them, and the divine servants formed a barrier to block the attacks of these undead monsters. A skeleton bird quickly charged over. The divine servants shattered it with a single punch. Meng Yingying was stunned. When did these things become this strong? Nonsense! How could the puppets I refine be ordinary? Chu Tian gave an order to the demonic god priests. Do you see these undead souls? I need large amounts of these spiritual bodies. If you help me collect more, this city lord will greatly reward you. The Fox Clan priests finally understood. It was no wonder Chu Tian would find the demonic god priests. Chu Tian's main goal in coming here was actually to collect these undead spirits. In the entire Miracle City, only the demonic god religion was proficient in preserving souls. This was the basis of their summoning techniques. The little fox completely suppressed the strongest undead. The summoned beasts, Chu Tian and Meng Yingying, blocked the other undead, and the demonic god priests took out bottles filled with strange runes. They used some unknown demonic technique to suck in the undead spirits. Meng Yingying wasn't afraid after getting used to it. Although there were countless undead monsters, they couldn't do anything to them for now. Not to mention that they had city return scrolls, so they didn't need to worry about their safety at all. She asked in a strange voice, "Why are you collecting so many spirits?" "Don't ask so much, just work properly." The undead monsters in this place seemed like they could never be killed. After fighting for an entire half an hour, not only did the undead around them not decrease, there were even more of them. "City Lord, the soul-sealing bottles are already full. We can't store any more." The bottles in the demonic god priest's hands were filled with purple soul energy. They kept hitting the walls of the bottles as if they would shatter the bottles at any moment. "Enough, let's retreat." Chu Tian led everyone and began to retreat. However, before they left this strange tomb, he cast a glance into the distance. His gaze revealed a look of contemplation. This place was clearly not formed naturally. It was probably a place set up by an ancient powerhouse. So, what exactly was sealed here? It wasn't time yet. Now, wasn't the time? Since the ruins weren't far from Miracle City, it wouldn't be too late to explore them in the future. When Chu Tian returned to the city, it was already dark. This trip's harvest wasn't bad. There were over 100 spirits sealed in the soul-sealing bottles that weren't weak. He directly brought these things to the laboratory. The gnomes were very surprised by Chu Tian's sudden rebellion. Clark asked in a curious voice, "City Lord, is this appropriate?" Chu Tian directly threw a blueprint to him. "Don't ask so much. Go prepare it immediately." The gnomes didn't dare be careless and immediately went to work. Meng Yingying looked at Chu Tian. "What medicine are you selling in your gourd?" "Ask less and look more. How can you talk so much?" "I'm too talkative, annoying you to death." "Take a hit." Yingying's round but was slapped. Meng Yingying angrily chased after him, but she was taken down by the divine servants in just 2-3 moves. How could she fight Chu Tian? She could only angrily say some words. She would call her good sisters, Nangong Yun and Vivian, over, and the 3 of them would beat him together. He really was a fool. Nangong Yun and Vivian were indeed good at fighting, but the 2 of them worshipped Chu Tian like he was a god, so they didn't dare make a move against Chu Tian. While the 2 of them were bickering, the gnomes were already prepared. Clark stared at the source energy array on the ground. It was releasing a purple glow and was made up of several arrays. If his guess wasn't wrong, this was a soul-attributed array. Who had seen a soul-attributed array in this era before? The gnomes were all curious as they came over. A soul-sealing bottle was placed in the center of the array. With a PU sound, the bottle cap flew up. A dozen or so evil spirits rushed out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Chu Tian calmly said, "Activate the array." The gnome priest quickly activated the array, and the evil spirits were covered in light, immediately letting out sharp screams. These spirits were naturally formed vengeful spirits, so their resentment, hatred, and killing intent were too strong. Chu Tian's array could purify them one by one without killing them. Clark was very shocked. Resentment and hatred were the source of resentment, so they were good at spiritual attacks. If the negative energy was purified, in theory, it would be impossible for them to form a body. Chu Tian purified the evil spirits and kept them in their pure spiritual form. This was inconceivable. Of course, after being purified, they didn't have any energy left, leaving behind an empty shell of a spiritual body. These spirits are already in a stable state without any attacks because they are made of soul energy and spiritual energy. These two things are the foundation of thinking. Chu Tian said this while making a few wrinkles. As long as we modify these spirits, they can obtain simple thinking abilities. This is the simplest form of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 450. Artificial intelligence was a very advanced concept. It would be strange if primitive people like Clark and Meng Yingying could understand it. Artificial intelligence was artificial intelligence. This kind of thing could not be considered a life form, nor could it be considered an undead. It was just a tool that could think, since it had intelligence. It could think. Since it could think, it could learn. Since it could learn, it could progress. This was the difference between an artificial intelligence and a normal puppet. Because the spiritual body's level isn't high enough, it can only form basic intelligence. Chu Tian said to the several artificial intelligence that had already been modified, although these spiritual bodies have intelligence, they can't form their own consciousness. Therefore, they are an excellent intelligent tool. They will never be tired, annoyed, or afraid. In the future, they can be mass-produced and used in many different fields, which will greatly increase our efficiency. The gnomes were deeply shocked. Artificial intelligence could control most knowledge through self-learning, so it was hard to imagine their future potential. Whether it was city management or laboratory research, artificial intelligence could occupy a very important position. This was because artificial intelligence was an existence with no emotions but intelligence. They knew how to think, but they didn't have any consciousness. They were absolutely fair, absolutely calm, and absolutely observable. They really never would have thought. Chu Tian had casually created such an incredible thing. Meng Yingying didn't think too much about it, but she knew that with tens of thousands of artificial intelligence, there would be tens of thousands of scholars who wouldn't get tired and would always be working. The Yunsec's research efficiency would be greatly increased. Clark quickly asked, "Sir City Lord, can you prepare a batch of these artificial intelligence for the research base?" This kind of low-level artificial intelligence is very easy to produce. With the millions of departed spirits in the death ruins, it isn't a problem for us to produce as many as we want. Chu Tian said this before shaking his head. The biggest problem is how to train them. Although the artificial intelligence will never get tired, this kind of low-level intelligent body's intelligence is limited, so their learning speed is very slow. If we want them to learn how to speak and learn other skills, it would take at least 5-8 years. If we want them to have enough knowledge, it would take several decades or even 100 years. The gnomes disagreed. Half-elves had a lifespan of a few hundred years, but spirit bodies had an unlimited lifespan. If a group of spirit bodies could be raised from scratch and passed down from generation to generation, after a few thousand years, each of these fellows would become a top-notch master. Of course, Chu Tian knew what they were thinking. Even though the theory of artificial intelligence can exist forever, the memory space of an artificial intelligence is limited. This kind of low-level artificial intelligence can only learn to speak and communicate daily. At most, they can master some basic knowledge. When their memory space is filled, they can no longer improve. There's a growth limit. Clark frowned. Then what should we do? If it was just ordinary daily communication and assistant work, it would at most free up a lot of manual labor and unskilled brain work. The invention of artificial intelligence could save people a lot of trouble, but there was no way to create more value. There are two ways to change it. The first is to create a more advanced artificial intelligence. Chu Tian tossed something to Clark. Here, purify this thing first. That's the soul fire of a lich. Clark recognized it with a single glance. This was the lich's soul fire found in the remains of the lich dragon after Chu Tian fought with it. It contained all of the lich's memories and wisdom. Clark was very curious why Chu Tian kept it, but now Clark finally understood. This soul fire could also be used to create an artificial intelligence. The soul fire needed a carrier. Chu Tian disassembled 10 spirits and used an array to refine them into one. Then he purified the lich's soul fire. Although this lich had lived for over 2,000 years, it had already lost the ability to feel anything. However, its consciousness had not been completely eliminated. Chu Tian did not need an artificial intelligence that still had its own consciousness. Combine. The lich's soul fire was poured into the new body. The spirit body's appearance immediately changed, turning into the lich's appearance from before. A large robe covered its body, and a pair of glowing red eyes could be seen from within the hood. However, unlike the lich from before, this was a specter in the form of a spirit. The lich's power had completely disappeared, but its memories and intelligence remained. From today onwards, your name will be 0. Understood, Sir City Lord. There was a fluctuation around 0, and the sound of the air vibrating was transmitted to everyone's ears. This voice was very mechanical, without any emotions or consciousness at all. This was completely different from the spirit body he had just created. This was a high-level artificial intelligence. Whether it was its current knowledge or future learning potential, it was not something a low-level artificial intelligence could compare to. Chu Tian asked, "Clark, what do you think?" This is truly a wonderful technology. Clark's words were not false. He never would have dreamed that Chu Tian would turn the lich into an intelligent puppet. From now on, the lich's 2,000 years of accumulated wisdom and memories could all be used by Chu Tian, only Sir City Lord. This kind of artificial intelligence is very hard to make. What is the City Lord's second method? The second method, Chu Tian deliberately dragged out his voice. That is to use the artificial intelligence as the core of the computer and implant it into the supersource energy computer. Even if it is a low-level artificial intelligence, as long as it is combined with the source energy computer's powerful calculation, storage, and analysis abilities, it will become an unimaginable existence. The gnomes were stunned. What was Sir City Lord saying? Why couldn't they understand at all? At this time, Vivian used the communication device to contact Chu Tian. She told Chu Tian that she had arrived in southern Xia's central state and that the transport tower was currently being constructed. It would only take half a day before it could be used. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. "I'm too lazy to explain. It's better to see it with my own eyes than to say it. Clark, come with me to southern Xia." "Sir City Lord, what did you say?" "Clark has lived in the forest for 380 years and has never left the forest before. He never thought he would leave the forest one day because the forest of chaos is just too big. There are enough resources and space inside, enough for the gnomes to live and reproduce." "Go to southern Xia? A human country?" "That's right. Vice City Lord Vivian has already prepared transport towers. It won't take long to connect the two sides." Clark never dreamed that he would be able to leave the forest of chaos one day and head to a human country. When Vivian finished building the transport tower in Central State City, Chu Tian brought a large group of people to Miracle City's transport tower. He first tested the other side's spatial coordinates and confirmed that the transport could be completed. Chu Tian did not waste time. "Everyone prepare yourselves. The spatial journey is about to begin." As soon as his voice fell, Chu Tian activated the transport array. The space began to slightly tremble as invisible energy quickly gathered, condensing into a hard-to-see spatial force field. When the spatial structure began to change, the elements in the air were pushed away, finally releasing a dazzling white light. It was unknown how long it had been since he had experienced this feeling. When Chu Tian lived in the future, 30,000 years in the future, there were transport towers and spatial gates everywhere. He even needed to use one to pee. So after transmigrating to this era, these things were especially precious. The light disappeared. Chu Tian's surroundings completely changed. There were no more green mountains, no more waterfalls, no more forests, and what replaced it was a large human-style palace. Yun Tianhe, Gu Qianqiu, the countless Yun-sect scholars, as well as the Southern Summer King, Shen Fengho, the Golden Arrow Marquis, and the others, they were all gathered here, witnessing this miracle together. Success! Gu Qianqiu and Yun Tianhe roared out. Each scholar began to cheer. The Southern Summer King, Shen Fengho, the Golden Arrow Marquis, and the others were all filled with excitement. When Chu Tian was transported over, they didn't dare believe this was real. How could there be such a magical technique in this world? Now, they were told that there was nothing impossible in this world. At least, it was like this for Chu Tian. Greetings to the country guarding ruler. Greetings to the country guarding ruler. Greetings to the Cloud Dream Marquis. A white light flashed around Chu Tian. Meng Qinggu, Meng Yingying, and Nan Gongyun, these people that had been separated for a long time, all returned to Southern Xia. These people were simply legends of Southern Xia. Especially Chu Tian, he was simply like a god. All of Southern Xia worshipped him, and his status was not inferior to the Southern Summer Kings. Chu Tian walked over with a smile. Everyone, long time no see. Greetings to the Southern Summer King. The Southern Summer King gave a bitter laugh, not knowing what to say. The white light flashed again. Clark was transported over. When everyone saw him, they all revealed shocked expressions. The gnomes rarely came in contact with humans, and this was a race that had only been seen in books. They never thought that they would see one in front of them, but compared to the humans' shock, Clark's brain had simply short-circuited. When he appeared in the royal palace of Southern Xia, when he saw the various humans around him, when he felt the different environment, he almost suspected that he had not woken up yet. This is the gnome Great Elder Clark. Although he does not have the title of a scholar, he is very knowledgeable. It is entirely possible for him to become a country scholar or even a country scholar. Chu Tian gave a simple introduction. Elder Clark, this is Southern Xia, a small human kingdom to the north of the Forest of Chaos. Everyone was filled with deep respect. So it's an expert from the Forest of Chaos. The Southern Summer King nodded. Since you are honored guests, Southern Summer will not neglect you. We will immediately hold a banquet to welcome our guests, and also to welcome the country guarding ruler and the Cloud Dream Marquis. There's no need for a banquet. Chu Tian did not come back to eat and drink. I want to see the source energy computer. Yun Tianhe and Gu Qianqiu were interested. Yes, Chairman, please come with us. Chapter 451. There was a large change in Southern Xia. Central State City's population had increased by a third compared to when Chu Tian left, and it was twice as prosperous as before. This was not only because Central State City had become the imperial city of Southern Summer, but also because it was the birthplace of miracle commerce. Miracle Commerce had a large laboratory in Central State City and a large industrial park, which directly boosted Central State City's growth. Especially after the Miracle Commerce Space Warehouse was opened. Miracle Commerce often sold resources from the Forest of Chaos to Southern Xia, which greatly increased Southern Xia's strength. At this moment, people like Shen Fengho, the Golden Arrow Marquis, and the others had all broken through their bottlenecks. The two of them were now experts in the first true spirit layer. The barbarian berserkers trained in Southern State's Berserker Training Camp had been hired by Southern Xia to form an army. They had also bought large amounts of source energy weapons through Miracle Commerce's factory and used the Four States Lake as a natural barrier. So it was hard for the Warhound's kingdom to gain any advantage. Now that Southern Xia had recovered its strength, it was not weaker than before. Southern Xia quickly became famous in a short period of time. There were caravans coming to southern Xia from the surrounding countries in order to buy products from Miracle Commerce. Therefore, although southern Xia's citizens still used southern summer gold coins, they had already begun to use source stones for large transactions. This was a sign of connecting to the international market. Southern Xia, becoming the great summer country, was just around the corner. Clark walked on the streets of Central State City and felt like he was in another world. There were several dozen airships flying back and forth in the sky. There were tall buildings and various large screens, all showing all kinds of eye-catching advertisements and the sound of horns coming from the streets. There were fewer beast carriages on the streets, most likely because of Miracle Commerce's culture. Central State had become a very innovative place. There were already prototype Source energy hover cars powered by Source energy batteries. Now, there were many people using this new, convenient transportation tool, traveling through the city like beetles. This was truly too shocking. How could a small country like Southern Xia develop to such an extent? The prosperity and affluence of the human city far surpassed Clark's imagination. He did not dare believe that this was only the capital of a small country. The rapid rise of the humans in the last few hundred years was not without reason. Perhaps in another few thousand years, the elves and spirit beasts' limelight would be suppressed by the humans. The Central State Laboratory had also changed greatly. After Chu Tian left Central State, he took a part of the business with him and placed it in the Southern State Laboratory. The Central State Laboratory focused on the Source energy computer, and after several expansions, it was doubled in size. There were over 2,000 people working on the Source energy computer. With the core technology and ideas provided by Chu Tian, the research team of more than 2,000 people went through more than 135,000 adjustments and experiments before they finally completed something that was ahead of the times. When the members of the Central State Laboratory knew that Chu Tian was coming, they immediately ran out to welcome him. Chu Tian saw several familiar figures among them. For example, the Lin Xian siblings, the two founders of the Heavens Alliance. Now that they had joined Miracle Commerce and had become official researchers of the Yun sect, they were young and promising, making people envious. They were walking on the road to realizing their dreams. Greetings to the chairman and vice chairman. Everyone excitedly bowed down, almost kneeling down to Chu Tian and Lin Xian. These were scholars from all over the world, and a portion of them had never seen Chu Tian before. They could only understand this person through Chu Tian's image and deeds. Now that Chu Tian had become a god worshipped by the people of Southern Xia, with this legendary person appearing in front of them, how could these people not be excited? Chu Tian was very surprised. How many people have come? That's natural. Gu Qianxiu had already broken through to the true spirit realm, and he looked much younger than before. Perhaps it was because his life was more fulfilling and filled with energy. Not only are there scholars from Southern Xia, there are also many people who didn't hesitate to travel thousands of miles from other countries to study in Southern Xia. They have all become Yun sect scholars, and there are even 4 great scholars. Chu Tian nodded. Not bad, not bad. The Yun sect can be considered strong. With the Yun sect becoming stronger, the happiest person was, of course, old man Yun Tianhe. The Yun sect originated from the Central State Yun family. The Yun family was a small country's family, but now they were able to use this method to become famous, and they could participate in the Yun sect's research. This was truly a breakthrough. The Yun sect's current strength was not that strong. Among the gnomes that Chu Tian had allied with, there were at least several hundred great scholars in terms of academic level. However, the geographical separation would cause academic isolation, so the human and gnome scholars' research methods were different. The two needed to communicate with each other to integrate. not to mention the fact that the Yun sect was established by Chu Tian, Gu Qianxiu Yun Tianhe, and the other Yun sect scholars had been studying with Chu Tian for an entire year, and they had grasped large amounts of Miracle Commerce's core technology. This was a gap that no scholar in the world could catch up to, so they couldn't be judged by their knowledge. Chu Tian's group began to tour the Central State Laboratory. Although a portion of the Central State Yun sect's research had been placed in Southern State, this was still the earliest research center of Miracle Commerce, so it was still the place where Miracle Commerce's technology was most concentrated. Almost every product and technology of Miracle Commerce had been stored. I suggest that Great Elder Clark form a group of scholars when he returns and have the Gnome scholars come to Central State to study for a while. What do you think? That's exactly what I wish for. That's exactly what I wish for. Clark had already been deeply shocked by Miracle Commerce. Clark finally understood Chu Tian's background, and he also felt a large opportunity and future. Most of the gnomes were scholars. Miracle City's resources were much stronger than Central State's, and Miracle City's research center was much larger than Central State's. Moreover, Chu Tian had already made Miracle Commerce his headquarters, so the Yun sect's future headquarters would be in Miracle City. The gnomes would have a large opportunity. If they could join the Yun sect, the gnomes would have a decisive position in the Yun sect. This was enough for the gnomes to be recorded in history, becoming the representative of the continent's scholars, pioneers of invention and innovation, becoming a large, influential clan in another way. Yun Tianhe opened the door to a laboratory. Rows of drawer-like black boxes appeared in front of them. When one of the black boxes was pulled out, each box was filled with source energy array slabs. There were 6 of these black boxes, forming a hexagon. They were all connected together, forming a large and complex source energy matrix. This source energy matrix was made up of over 10 arrays, and each array had over 100 source energy arrays. There were over 300,000 runes in total, and it needed around 10 energy columns to operate at the same time. These are the main units. They are the first-generation source energy matrix. Yun Tianhe said in a very proud voice, "This source energy matrix contains over 300 source energy array processing centers and 8 information storage arrays. Its calculation speed can reach 500 million times per second, which is enough to process a large amount of information." Calculating 500 million times per second, Clark revealed a stunned expression. With this kind of powerful calculation ability, if it was used on source energy array deductions or experiments, how much of a help would it be? 500 million times. Chu Tian shook his head. It's too slow. This was still slow. Everyone didn't know what to say. Not to mention the size is too big. Chu Tian looked at the 6 large black boxes and shook his head. We need to increase the strength of the source energy array and also shrink the size of the array. Otherwise, a single source energy array would take up the entire room. It would be too bulky and cumbersome. It would not be good for popularizing it. Yun Tianhe and Gu Qianxiu both wiped their sweat. The chairman's request could scare a person to death. This source energy matrix took over a year to make. Did he want to popularize this thing to the entire world? That was simply a joke. Chu Tian said, "We are preparing to make an automatic array engraving device. Together with an intelligent computer, array masters will not need to personally engrave runes one by one in the future. All talismans and alchemy production will be automated, and the production efficiency will increase." The automatic array engraving device needed source stones to operate, because the source energy contained in source stones was the closest to the human body. It could be used to create source energy arrays. Source energy batteries were an industrial energy source that could maintain source energy arrays, but it could not be used to create source energy arrays. So, the array engraving device would cost a lot, but it would free up large amounts of labor, allowing them to increase their technology. Gu Qianxiu said, "This source energy matrix is still missing a core." "There's no need for you to say it. I've brought it." Chu Tian gently waved his hand, and the artificial intelligence Zero was released. "Zero, begin the fusion." Zero's illusory body floated to the center of the giant source energy matrix. There was a crystal there, and Zero's body melted into it. Almost in an instant, an invisible energy spread out, and the entire source energy matrix was activated. Chu Tian directly asked, "Zero, how do you feel?" Zero's voice came from the matrix. "The entire array has been connected to me." "Is Zero really that strong?" Meng Yingying was a bit in disbelief. "You shouldn't be bragging, right?" Chu Tian snappily said, "If you don't believe me, you can test him." "Test me?" Meng Yingying loudly asked a series of questions. "Zero, let me ask you. 252,541 times 434, 2342 times 21,343 times 43,543 times 654,245 times 143,432. What is the final result?" Zero didn't hesitate to answer in half a second. Meng Yingying spent several minutes to calculate it and found that it wasn't wrong at all. The several hundred decimal places were all calculated, and she instantly revealed a look of admiration. Chu Tian was amused by Meng Yingying. "You want to ask Zero this kind of child's play question?" Meng Qinggu never thought that the combination of the artificial intelligence and the source energy matrix would have such a shocking effect. If this source energy computer is brought to Miracle City, it can be used to manage Miracle City's accounts, bank data, citizens' information, and even city planning. I think it will be very convenient. "How could it be just like that?" Chu Tian said with a smile. "The source energy matrix system's calculation speed cannot be compared to the human brain. Using it to create a spiritual space will be more stable. Using it to invent new source energy arrays will be more outstanding. Using it to control source energy weapons will be more terrifying. And using it to control production will be more precise. In the future, when the computing power increases by several hundred or thousand times, we can even use it to calculate various changes. In short, its functions are not something you can imagine." That's right. Zero was the continent's first supersource energy computer. Although it couldn't compare to humans in terms of invention and creation, it was something no mortal could compare to in terms of logic and calculation. It had already reached the realm of spiritual gods. Chu Tian ordered, "Young miss, send Zero to Miracle City. You will be the only person with the highest authority other than me. From now on, Zero will be Miracle City's management system. I believe that with this thing, Miracle City's development will increase by a large amount." Meng Qingwu asked, "When can the second one be made?" Gu Qianxiu and Yun Tianhe looked at each other. "I'm afraid it will take at least a month." "That long? We can't." Chu Tian shook his head and said, "Recruit more people. I'll have the gnomes come over to help you. First create the array machine. We don't have time to make it one by one. This thing needs to be mass-produced. It needs to be smaller and smaller, and it needs to be faster and faster." Yes, the birth of an intelligent computer. This was the true beginning for Chu Tian. Chapter 452. The Supersource Energy Matrix, the Artificial Intelligent Spirit. The two were completely different things. According to normal history, the two would appear 400–500 years apart. First, there was the source energy matrix, and then there was the artificial intelligent spirit. Therefore, the source energy matrix in the history books was controlled by humans at first, so it could only be used for normal calculations and statistics. After all, a living person couldn't merge with the matrix, and the matrix itself didn't have any intelligence. When the artificial intelligent spirit appeared, the situation was different. Gu Qianxiu said with a sigh, This thing will definitely be recorded in history. Chairman should give it a new name. Chu Tian also felt that computer didn't sound good, so he said to the people beside him, I'm not good at naming things, you guys can do it. I have one. Meng Ying scratched her head and blurted out, How smart is its brain? We'll call it Smart Brain. What do you think? Meng Qinggu nodded in satisfaction. I think it's very good. Chu Tian didn't think too much before making his decision. All right, then we'll call it Smart Brain. Smart Brain. This was a super intelligent computer with strong learning and calculation abilities. It could be used in all aspects of life in the future. This was another milestone in the continent's history and a leap forward for miracle commerce. Meng Qinggu was already a bit impatient. Immediately send this smart brain to Miracle City to use first. I want to figure out how many functions smart brains have. Chu Tian waved his hand at her. What is the young miss in a rush for? Smart brain won't fly away if we leave it here. Now that Miracle City and Central State have a transport network, we can teleport between the two places at any time. It's already very convenient to go back and forth, so there's no need to be in a rush. This was also true. It was really convenient to have the transport tower. Speaking of the Miracle Transport Tower, we consume quite a bit of energy each time we use it, so there should be a limit to the number of people we can teleport each day. Moreover, while the transport tower brings convenience, it also brings danger and instability. For example, people from the outside world can use the transport tower to come to Miracle City. Meng Qingwu asked, Is there a way to prevent this from happening? The Miracle Transport Towers were built all over the world. It was impossible for Miracle Commerce to guard every transport tower tightly. There was always the possibility of accidents happening, which would undoubtedly bring danger. When the Miracle Transport Tower is connected to the smart brain in the future, we will be able to control everything, so we don't need to worry about this. Chu Tian paused for a moment. As for now, we can only raise the threshold to limit the abuse of the teleportation function. Meng Qinggu nodded. The two of them drafted a Miracle Commerce Transport Tower usage regulations and guidelines. This set of rules clearly wrote, before using the Miracle Transport Tower, one had to first apply for a Transport Tower use permit from Miracle Commerce and also a Transport Pass permit to the destination. The former was the right to use the local transport tower, and the latter was the right to reach the destination. Unless it was a person with special authority in the upper echelons of Miracle Commerce, every teleportation had to be submitted to the relevant department of Miracle Commerce 1 day in advance. The teleportation time and teleportation intent had to be reported clearly. After approval, they had to pay a fee of 20 source stones to complete the teleportation service. After going around in circles, in the end, they still had to spend 20 low-grade source stones. 20 low-grade source stones converted to Southern Summer gold coins. That was 20 million gold coins. This kind of cost was hard for normal people to imagine, but with this kind of restriction, the transport tower would not be overloaded and it would be able to prevent any danger from occurring. Meng Qingwu nodded in satisfaction. It was much safer this way. Not only did the transport tower become safer, it was also a foundation for commercialization. That night, the upper echelons of Miracle Commerce gathered in the Southern Summer Royal Palace. The Southern Summer King held a grand banquet to celebrate Miracle Commerce's glory and also to thank Miracle Commerce for their support and care for Southern Xia. Actually, the reason why Miracle Commerce could smoothly develop in the early stages was because of Shen Fengho, Yun Tianhe, and the Southern Summer King Dongfang Gan. The reason why Southern Xia was able to smoothly pass through several crises was also because of Chu Tian and Miracle Commerce's help. Especially after Southern Xia's imperial region was destroyed, Southern Xia had to move its capital to Central State. Chu Tian brought his team to leave Central State, but he kept bringing back various resources and selling weapons and troops to southern Xia. This allowed the half-dead southern Xia to quickly recover its vitality. The entire southern Xia was filled with gratitude towards Chu Tian. Although miracle commerce would slowly move out of the kingdom, the traces of miracle commerce would never disappear. Miracle commerce would still leave behind large amounts of factories and laboratories in southern Xia, and they would continue to operate. Not only would they provide large amounts of jobs for southern Xia, they would also increase the prosperity of the kingdom. Meng Yingying, Nan Gongyun, and Vivian were very happy. The three girls repeatedly clinked their cups and drank until their faces turned red. Let's drink another cup. Let's go to the theater after we finish eating. All right, I heard he has a new work coming out recently. Nan Gongyun and Yingying had a lot of feelings for Central State. After all, they had grown up here and had over 10 years of memories. Meng Yingying's face turned red. It wasn't easy to come back, and I thought we wouldn't have another chance in this life. Who would have thought that the transport towers would be built, and we could come back to play at any time? This is truly great. That's right. Nan Gongyun laughed. Our boss really is skilled. Vivian also chattered on. Distance won't be a problem in the future. When we're in the mood, we can come back to eat or go to the theater to watch a movie. This kind of life is very beautiful just thinking about it. Big Brother Chu Tian is too great. Dolores had just been called back from Miracle City, and this was her first time coming to a human place. Everything was filled with novelty. This is where the Vice City Lord lived. It seems like the Vice City Lord status in this country wasn't low. Meng Qinggu nodded with a faint smile. She didn't like drinking wine and would only take a sip every time. In order to keep a clear head, she shook her head with a bitter smile. What status? If it was a year and a half ago, I would have been a small merchant in a small city several hundred miles away. I would have been walking on thin ice every day, living a life filled with fear. How is that possible? Dolores called out in shock. Your company is this big, and you're a marquis of a country. Moreover, you're this smart and capable. How could you be a small merchant? I don't believe it. Human society is more complicated than the forest. At that time, there was no strength, no background, and no technology. So how could you have any achievements? Meng Qingwu said this, and her eyes became a bit blurred. Everything has changed in this year. Miracle commerce has gone from nothing, from small to big. It really is shocking. 1 year? Miracle commerce only used 1 year? Dolores felt like she couldn't close her mouth. This was clearly not the work of Meng Qingwu. It was all the work of the mysterious Miracle City Lord. He really was a miraculous person. This king will use this chance to announce a few things. The Southern Summer King gently raised his hand, and several royal proclamations were presented. Miracle commerce has given Southern Xia a new lease of life. So the Cloud Dream Marquis is now given the title Cloud Dream Ruler. Nan Gongyun is given the title Phoenix Marquis, and Meng Yingying is given the title Marquising. Southern Xia is small and has no land to give. So although it is an empty title, it represents the friendship of Southern Xia. Whether it was Nan Gongyun or Yingying, they did not care about the Marquis title. They had the resources in their hands. How could a title compare to them? Not to mention an empty title, but being able to become a marquis in their homeland was still a matter worth celebrating. While everyone was feeling happy, suddenly a communication device on the Southern Summer King's side rang. Portable communication devices were very common in Central State, and most people with a bit of status were equipped with them. How could the Southern Summer King not have one as the king? The Southern Summer King did not say much before his brows knit together. There is a situation in the Northern Defense Line. This king cannot accompany everyone. I've been rude. What did you say? Could it be that the northern spirit beasts are attacking again? Nangongyan almost flipped the table. How preposterous! Are you done? It's not a full-scale attack. The Southern Summer King shook his head and said, "It's just harassment. Everyone doesn't know." Yun Tianhe said from the side, "When you left Southern Summer, the warhounds have already harassed Southern Summer 5-6 times. Although they returned without any success, they still brought quite a bit of trouble. Southern Xia can block the warhounds' attacks, but they do not have enough military strength to counterattack. So the north and south are currently in a state of separation." Chu Tian knit his brows. How is the warhounds' battle strength? After the Battle of the Four States Lake, the Fang King and his army were completely annihilated. The warhounds have gathered another 300,000 elites on the warhounds' plains, and the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom has added another 300,000, with around 600,000 troops stationed in the fortress. Although there are more and more troops stationed here, they have only been harassing us, which means that they are still accumulating strength. As long as their army reaches a certain level, they will launch another large battle against Southern Summer. It's too troublesome to have a ticking time bomb by our side. Chu Tian looked at the young miss beside him. How about we take advantage of this time to eliminate them in one go? Eliminate them in one go. The Southern Summer King and the others all stared with wide eyes. Chu Tian said this in an incomparably relaxed tone. How was this like destroying a large kingdom? It was as simple as drinking a cup of water in front of him. Who would have thought that Meng Qinggu would not be surprised by Chu Tian's suggestion? After thinking about it for a minute, she nodded and said, "This is also good. Miracle Commerce's business in Central State is not small, and if it is exposed to the enemy's army, it will be like a fishbone stuck in our throat. It is better to eliminate it as soon as possible. This can be considered taking revenge for the old Marshal Dongfangzhan and the other heroes who died in Southern Xia." Chapter 453. The Warhounds' Kingdom was a large kingdom no matter what, and the Warhounds' plains were filled with soldiers. How could they be destroyed so easily? Miracle Commerce had left Southern Xia for a long time. When did they become this arrogant? It was fine if Chu Tian was like this, but had Meng Qinggu also been assimilated by this fellow? Southern Summer's strength is slowly recovering, but we still don't have enough battle strength. We can protect ourselves, but we can't counterattack. The Southern Summer King gave a sigh, not to mention that even if we can destroy the main force of the Warhounds' Kingdom, there are still several tens of millions of fierce spirit beasts in the Warhounds' Plains. There is also the incomparably strong Eagle Burial Kingdom behind the Warhounds' Plains. This was the truth. A warring kingdom was not a small matter. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's experts could not compare to the giants of the Forest of Chaos, but the Eagle Burial Kingdom was a large kingdom with over 1.5 billion people, and it was a spirit beast kingdom. The difference between the spirit beast kingdom and the human kingdom was very big. The human kingdoms were rich, prosperous, and civilized, while the spirit beast kingdoms were loose, barbaric, and warlike. If the human kingdoms and the spirit beast kingdoms fought on the same level, they would not be able to win. A Warhounds' Plains with a population of several tens of millions could form a Warhounds' Kingdom. A Warhounds' Kingdom with a population of several tens of millions could form an army of 1 million, and a Warhounds' Kingdom with a population of several tens of millions could beat the 200 million Southern Xia half to death. This was a spirit beast kingdom. A spirit beast kingdom where every citizen was a soldier. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's population was estimated at 1.5 billion. This was considered a large kingdom on the continent. Moreover, with the characteristics of a spirit beast kingdom, the proportion of their army was very high, especially for a warring kingdom that fought all over. Therefore, the Eagle Burial Kingdom had a large army of over 10 million, plundering all over the place. They lived by fighting, and wherever they went, They were shrewd, using tributes from subordinate countries to support their army. The Eagle Burial Kingdom had been fighting all over the place, increasing their population and army. This was a kingdom that was constantly expanding, and Southern Xia was just one of the countries the Eagle Burial Kingdom conquered, so their strength could not be underestimated. Even if the Eagle Burial Kingdom is strong, they are fighting all over and cannot gather their forces. It is impossible for them to send their army to Southern Summer. Meng Qinggu was not worried about the Eagle Burial Kingdom. If the Eagle Burial Kingdom had enough troops, what did they do for the past half year? Dilly-dallying for this long and only sending 300,000 to the war hounds. This meant that the Eagle Burial Kingdom couldn't send too many troops. Once the north is attacked, we will have a buffer zone, and Central State won't need to constantly face the Spirit Beast army. Chu Tian slapped the table. In for a penny, in for a pound. We'll just rule the Warhound Plains and establish a northern militant kingdom. Everyone was speechless. This was becoming more and more ridiculous. Was the Warhounds a country that could be easily destroyed? Was the Warhounds Prairie that easy to rule? The tens of millions of spirit beasts, they were all nomads. In the vast grasslands that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, they were elusive and hard to track. So how could it be easy to find? Meng Qinggu did not comment, but she began to deploy. The new generation of source energy weapons have been developed, so we'll use this chance to test their power. Have Dongfang Haoren bring over the reserve Berserker army that Miracle Commerce has in Southern State. Gu Qianqiu quickly said, "To Chairman, you have to think this over. The reserve army in Southern State is an army that Miracle Commerce spent over 1 billion gold coins to train for several months. Once the war begins, the soldiers' pay, the merit rewards, and all sorts of other expenses will not be a joke." Yun Tianhe also said, "This kind of large-scale war will consume a lot of resources and will drag down Miracle Commerce's development. It's better to bide our time and wait for the kingdom and company to work together. Our Miracle Commerce can't even afford this bit of money." Chu Tian had already made his decision. Central State City doesn't need to interfere. Miracle Commerce's strength is enough. This war will end in less than half a month, and will unify the Warhounds Prairie in 2 months. The Southern Summer King knit his brows. It was true that Chu Tian liked to speak arrogantly, but looking at the historical records, his arrogance was well-founded. As for Meng Qinggu, she was a cautious person, never letting go of an arrow. The two of them were this confident, which meant that they could solve this problem. Good. Since the two of you have already decided to fight, how can this king retreat behind the scenes? The current Southern Summer King was a wise and decisive person. Southern Xia cannot rely on strong reinforcements, otherwise the citizens will fall. This king has decided to gather 150,000 soldiers and follow everyone on a northern expedition. There was no need for Central State City to gather 150,000 soldiers. After staying in the Forest of Chaos for a long time, Southern Xia's troops were weak in his eyes. They were no different from clay chickens and pottery dogs. Southern State City was Miracle Commerce's military camp, so there were close to 30,000 barbarian berserkers stationed there. These berserkers' battle strength surpassed the several 100,000 soldiers of Southern Xia. Unless it was a trump-card army, like the Griffin Knights or the Earth Dragon Knights, it was impossible for them to fight these berserkers. How hard was it to raise a trump-card army? If Southern Xia had 20 to 30,000 Griffin Knights or Earth Dragon Knights, history would have already been rewritten. Miracle Commerce's most terrifying part was not their special army. Rather, the terrifying part was that this terrifying army had terrifying equipment. The source energy weapons were enough to raise the army's strength by several levels, so they were not inferior to the elites of a warring kingdom. Miracle Commerce's main commander was Dongfang Haoren. This former Southern Summer King's prince was now the calm martial ruler of the Southern Summer Country. He had made large progress in this half a year, but he had never commanded a large-scale battle before, so he could use this chance to sharpen himself. After several hours, the Central State Transport Tower continued to shine. The Minotaur Chief Arnold, the Shaman Priest Luz, the Ogre Chief Nathaniel, the Tiger Chief Andre. There were several dozen people in the Forest of Chaos. The most powerful local warriors all gathered here, whether it was the Southern Summer King, Shinfengho, or the Golden Arrow Marquis. Their faces all twitched. They had never seen so many different races and different foreign races. What shocked the Southern Summer King and Shinfengho the most was that these people were all experts in the peak third true spirit layer, with the strongest people almost reaching the fourth true spirit layer. This was several dozen true spirit experts. This was a lineup the small Southern Summer Country didn't even dare think about. If any one of these people came out, they would be invincible in the South. The effect of these mere dozens of people on the battlefield was superior to that of an elite lion with more than 100,000 men. If these people caused trouble in Central State, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was no one in Central State City that could stop them. City Lord. Arnold's nostrils flared. How did we get sent here all of a sudden? Where is this? The others didn't react in shock. They were all looking around in shock. The huge ogre's gaze swept across the other humans. That ferocious glint in his eyes and his imposing aura made it hard for them to breathe. All of you listen well. Chu Tian walked in front of them with his hands behind his back. Although he was facing several dozen fierce forest locals, he was not intimidated by the other side's aura at all. Don't say that the City Lord didn't give you a chance. This is a country outside of the Forest of Chaos. There is a vast plain in the north that has large amounts of food and land to steal. I didn't bring you here for anything else but to steal territory and food. The eyes of these locals lit up. They actually came to the Forest of Chaos to steal territory and food. This kind of matter was very strange to them. The people there are pitifully weak. You have to properly grasp this chance. Yes, City Lord. Everyone rubbed their fists in excitement. Chu Tian waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. This is the King of Southern Xia. The Southern Summer King slightly recovered and immediately had people prepare food. These brave warriors have come from afar, and Southern Xia has rushed to prepare. I'm afraid we didn't take good care of them. Someone, come and receive the warriors. These country bumpkins had never left the forest in their lives. This group of country bumpkins, when had they ever enjoyed the luxurious life of humans? The Southern Summer King and the high-level members of Southern Xia all attached great importance to this. They were fortunate enough to visit Southern Xia. This was something they never dared think about in their entire lives. In the next 2 days, whether it was eating, drinking, or living, they would all be served. This was an unprecedented experience. When these several dozen people walked through the city, they immediately caused a stir in Central State, and people ran away in fear. However, when the radio stations and the media announced their identities, everyone's attitudes changed. These strange fellows had actually found reinforcements from the endless southern forest. These were warriors that had defeated the warhounds for Southern Xia. Each one of them was a true expert. The Southern Summer citizens were relieved of their fear and treated them like heroes. Arnold and the others had never received this kind of treatment before. These country bumpkins had lived here for a day or two and were praised to the heavens, satisfying their vanity. At this time, a Heaven's Eye airship above the 4 states lake sent back information and images the enemy has been locked onto. They are coming from the northwest, mainly using giant flying mounts. Although the image was not clear, it could be vaguely seen that the Eagle Burial Kingdom had over 20,000 people. They had learned from their previous failures, and the warhounds would not fight with Southern Xia on the water. Instead, they used giant rocks to transport their troops. Each giant rocks could transport 700 soldiers, and other than several dozen giant rocks, the rest were air cavalry. This kind of formation allowed the troops to move freely. Their target was the central state port or important areas like the factories. After causing trouble and damage to southern Xia, they would immediately retreat, not wanting to continue fighting. The giant transport beasts and air cavalry worked together. Southern Xia's air force was very weak, so this arrangement was to attack the enemy's weakness. Miracle Commerce relied on Oldman's small town to buy many flying demon beasts from the nearby tribes. Miracle City also trained and bought large amounts of flying demon beasts, but distant waters could not quench a nearby thirst. The transport tower's transport capacity was limited, so unless they created a space gate, it was impossible to transport the troops. But there was no need. They had enough strength now. Chapter 454. Oldman's small town's oil mine had already been mined, and with the silver oil as the foundation, the company had already developed a new generation of energy. With this as the foundation, naturally they could create a new generation of weapons. Miracle Commerce had established a large-scale market in Oldman's small town, continuously sending materials to Southern Xia's secret weapon factory. Now, there was already a batch of weapons being made. Meng Qingwu contacted the factory, and a new batch of weapons was immediately sent over. It looked like a source energy cannon, but it wasn't the same. The source energy cannon fired an energy wave at the target, creating a strong killing effect. However, even though the source energy cannon was very strong, it had a hard-to-ignore flaw. The energy wave it fired was condensed from energy, so it would constantly weaken and dissipate. The further it was, the weaker it would be. Once it passed a certain distance, it would completely dissipate, and its effective range and killing radius would be limited. The weapon sent over now was a weapon that could fire live ammunition, a large-scale rocket launcher. The Miracle Commerce employees brought out 3-meter-long rockets. The rockets were incomparably large, each one as thick as a person's thigh. They were covered in blue crystals, and large amounts of runes were used to reinforce them, releasing energy fluctuations from inside. The bottom of the rocket and the rocket launcher have a compatible source energy array. Once the rocket is fired, a large amount of energy will be sent out. It can reach a distance of over 100 miles, and its average speed is 7 miles per second. If it encounters a large amount of resistance, the warhead will explode. This is a pretty good long-range weapon. The rocket warhead is made of second-generation energy, and its destructive might is very strong. Even a mid or late true spirit realm expert would find it hard to take it head-on. Meng Qingwu continued to explain, when this weapon was invented, it was used to attack fortifications and large-scale targets that wouldn't move. Now, with Smart Brain, perhaps we can try to directly attack the enemy's moving troops. Chu Tian said, instead of saying this, it's better to give it a try. Zero, is you prepared? We're already prepared. Good, let's go. Several new warships were docked in the Central State Port. These were the new generation warships jointly developed by the Southern Summer Royal Family and Miracle Commerce. Not only did they use a higher-level source energy, they were also equipped with the first-generation source energy cannons. Whether it was speed or battle strength, they were all impeccable. 5 rocket launchers were sent to the deck of a large warship. This time, the launch of the rocket was not manually operated. Zero was built here to form a temporary control panel. This control panel was not only connected to the rocket launcher, it was also connected to the information sent back by the Heaven's Eye airship. The enemy's position, speed, and direction were all quickly sent into the source energy matrix. With 10 energy columns working at the same time, The entire system quickly worked. The first-generation intelligence system was large and cumbersome, but its calculation speed could reach 500 million cycles per second, enough to deal with a tremendous amount of data. The enemy's position, movement trajectory, flight speed, as well as the weapons data. From this, it could plan out the most accurate and precise attack method. The army of Southern Xia had already assembled. The 150,000 Central State elites had boarded the warships, and the 30,000 Southern State berserkers were on the way. It could be said that the warhounds were under Southern Xia's surveillance, so it was impossible for them to sneak attack them. However, the two sides were so far apart that even binoculars couldn't see them. Could the rocket hit the target in the air? This was not like bombing a city. The target was far, small, and active. This was definitely not an easy task. The Southern Summer Kings group, Arnold, Druz, and the others were all standing on the deck, waiting for this moment to happen. The target is in range and has been locked on. It can be fired with an estimated hit rate of 87%. Zero's emotionless mechanical voice sounded. "Do you fire?" Chu Tian looked at the empty sky and nodded. "Fire," Zero coldly said. "Begin firing." The rocket launcher was slightly adjusted, and with a few continuous rumbles, 5-pointed and long spear-shaped rockets were launched into the sky. The tail flames were neither gorgeous nor long, and only a light blue and white energy flow was released. However, the speed was raised to the extreme in an extremely short period of time, as if it was going to pierce through space. When the air was violently rubbing against each other, it actually ignited into raging flames, immediately wrapping around the entire rocket. It was too fast. The rocket instantly broke through the sound barrier, and then wildly accelerated, reaching its fastest speed in just a few seconds. It was around 6-7 miles per second, which was around 10 times the speed of sound. How shocking was 10 times the speed of sound? Even true spirit realm experts would find it hard to reach 10 times the speed of sound. The Warhound's army flew 1,000 meters in the air, not knowing that danger was quickly approaching. When they vaguely discovered that there were several beams of light in the sky, it was already too late. The rocket was much faster than the speed of sound. Therefore, it was already too late when they heard the sound of air braking. The 5 rockets burned as they rubbed against the air, turning into 5 meteors falling from the sky. They flew across tens of thousands of miles, breaking through everything as they flew forward. The Warhound's generals did not even have time to shout out before the 5 missiles hit the giant rock. There was no explosion. It was a storm. Shockingly, it was an energy storm that was expanding. The giant rock was instantly swallowed by the energy storm, and its body was instantly turned into minced meat. Several hundred Warhound's elites were instantly torn apart by the energy, not even leaving a corpse behind. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Everyone could see the energy storm in the sky from afar, even if they weren't killed by the explosion. With such a terrifying energy storm, it would be hard for them to escape unscathed. It can't be. Nangong Yun's eyes went wide. How could this power be this strong? Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. This weapon isn't bad. We need to mass produce it in the future. This kind of solid missile weapon and pure energy weapon had their own strengths. The source energy cannon had a short range, but it was very strong in its effective killing radius, and it was almost impossible to intercept. After all, it was just a wave of energy, and the weakness was that it had a high requirement on the barrel. For this kind of dense energy, how could normal materials withstand it? Therefore, strong materials were the prerequisites for producing high-level source energy cannons. The rockets and missiles had a long range. In the future, when miracle commerce entered the information age and automated smart brain era, it would have a terrifying killing range and deterrence. Because it was a solid weapon, The missile would not be consumed before it exploded. Of course, the weakness was that it was easier to intercept, and its destructive power was weaker than the source energy cannons. Chu Tian said, "How many more of these rockets do we have?" Meng Qingwu shook her head and said, "This is the newest weapon, and this is the first time we are using it, so we don't have much in stock. This is just a test." "What? Truly disappointing," Chu Tian said with a sigh. "The company's production is too weak. We need to strengthen it and strengthen it." "All right, listen to my orders. We will immediately move forward and take care of the fish that escaped the net." Although there were no more rockets, their goal had been achieved. Several giant rocks were directly killed, and the warhounds suffered heavy casualties. They had suffered such a heavy defeat before even reaching Central State. It could be imagined how much of a blow this was to the warhounds. Even if the remaining survivors still had battle strength, they would not have any fighting spirit left. The 150,000 Southern Summer soldiers started their warships, and several hundred warships moved across the lake, creating a spectacular scene. Everyone only had one goal, which was to head to the Tsang State port on the northern shore of the Four States Lake and attack the warhounds' fortress. The defeated warhounds did not need Southern Xia to chase them at all. The giant shark gang intercepted them while they were retreating, catching all the survivors of the warhounds' ambush in one fell swoop. After Chu Tian left, the giant shark gang underwent earth-shattering changes. Boss Yu had already become a true spirit cultivator, and the giant shark gang had doubled their numbers in just half a year, becoming the #1 gang in Southern Xia. This was a power that no one dared to ignore, especially in the Four States Lake. At this time, a ship from Southern State filled with berserkers arrived. After the Southern Xia army gathered, they immediately headed to the northern shore's Tsang State port. The Southern Xia soldiers had been waiting for this counterattack for a long time. The grudges between the Southern Summer Country and the warhounds were too deep, especially after Imperial City was taken and the northern states fell. Countless Southern Summer citizens were slaughtered and plundered, causing the Southern citizens to be filled with rage. Only facing the warhounds' aggressive stance, Southern Xia could not turn the situation around. Chu Tian once again raised the morale of the Southern Summer soldiers. Miracle Commerce was participating in this battle, so it would definitely be a success. Everyone's aura was like a rainbow swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger. They charged forward, not stopping for a single moment. The warhounds never would have thought that the Southern Summer Country would suddenly have a decisive battle. Southern Xia wanted to take advantage of the warhounds' lack of reaction and destroy their foundations, taking back the land that Southern Xia had lost. Chu Tian said, "This kind of direct attack will cause too many casualties. We'll go first and do something behind their backs." "All right." Vivian immediately brought Chu Tian and began to move through space. Vivian's innate spatial energy was not bad. She could teleport several hundred kilometers with each teleportation. Although Chu Tian also had innate spatial energy, he could only teleport short distances. "We're here." The two of them arrived at Tsang State a day earlier than the fleet. This was the junction between Tsang State and the Imperial region, with several ports in Tsang State. It was a very prosperous place for Southern Xia's shipping trade, but after it was occupied by the warhound's spirit beasts, this place had changed greatly. Chu Tian used Vivian's ability to sneak into Tsang State's fortress. The two of them quickly placed time bombs in every corner of the fortress. These time bombs were made with second-generation energy technology, so they were naturally very strong. When everything was prepared, Chu Tian left the fortress without anyone knowing. Now he was waiting for a good show to begin. Chapter 455. Vivian cut open space and pulled Chu Tian out. She was already so tired that she almost fell to the ground. Her beautiful little face was red as she gasped for breath. She was covered in sparkling sweat and couldn't even speak. Chu Tian patted her back to calm her down. "What's wrong with you? It's only been a while, and you're already exhausted." "Big brother Chu Tian, it's easy for you to say, but you almost tired me to death." Vivian had to teleport every 30 seconds, and she was carrying a person and a fox, so it could be imagined how much energy she used up. "Big brother, don't you have innate spatial energy? This short distance can be covered by yourself." This little girl was still complaining. "I have many abilities, but I'm not good at it. If it's just spatial manipulation, how can I compare to you?" Chu Tian shamelessly flattered the little elf, and then sincerely said, "We have to be very precise in the enemy's fortress. We can't teleport more than half a meter away. This is also a chance for you to train yourself, allowing you to increase your strength as soon as possible. I feel that with your innate talent, if your cultivation base increases a bit, you won't even need to show yourself in the future. You just need to open up space and place bombs through it." "Is that so? I will work hard." Vivian's thoughts were simple, and she immediately believed him. "Then what do we do now?" The little fox's divine. I could see the entire situation in the fortress. Chu Tian had brought Vivian to place large amounts of source energy bombs, and it had been very smooth from start to finish, not leaving a single trace. Now they just had to wait for the fleet to arrive. Dawn was about to pass, and the sky was about to light up when the Southern Xia fleet finally appeared. This fleet was very large, with several hundred warships. There were several warships at the front that were equipped with source energy cannons. They were currently lined up on the lake, and their momentum was very large. The warhounds were not blind. How could they not notice this? "Alert! There are large amounts of warships on the lake." "Damn! The Southern Summer Monkeys. It's the Southern Summer Monkeys. Dispatch the fleet. Dispatch the Air Force. Immediately sink these monkeys." When the Southern Summer Fleet was still a few hours away from the port, the entire fortress began to prepare. The warhounds had occupied the north for over half a year, so it was impossible for them to not do anything. In fact, there were over 100 warships docked at the Tsang State Port, all of them collected by the warhounds through various methods. These port fleets had just received orders from the fortress and were about to leave the port to prepare for battle, but they immediately exploded one by one. The giant shark gang had placed source energy bombs under the warships, and before the two sides even made contact, most of the warhounds' ships had already been destroyed. The warhounds were in chaos. At this moment, the Air Force was deployed. The warhounds' air superiority was the only advantage they had over Southern Xia. Although Southern Xia had the airships, they were too big and didn't have enough mobility. Other than the Heaven's Punishment airships that could shoot high up in the sky, their air force was very weak. Chu Tian gave a cold laugh. Truly seeking death. When the warhounds' air force was prepared to dive down on the warships, the front row of warships suddenly released a storm of light bullets. Several tens of thousands of energy bullets filled the sky, and the warhounds' vulture riders were instantly torn to pieces. The broken pieces fell into the lake and dyed the lake red. Source energy spears. These were clearly source energy spears. The warhounds' spirit beasts knew that Southern Xia's army was equipped with quite a few of these weapons and were prepared to be attacked by them, but they thought that as long as they charged forward, the threat of these weapons would be a joke. In the end, they never would have thought that Southern Xia's attack would be 10 times stronger than they had imagined. Southern State's 30,000 reserve army had arrived. This was an army that Miracle Commerce had trained for themselves. Miracle Commerce did not hesitate to invest in this army. The 30,000 barbarian berserkers not only had shocking close combat strength, they were divided into teams of 10, and each team had at least one storm rifle and one source energy cannon. The other members had submachine guns. 30,000 people meant 3,000 storm rifles. 3,000 storm rifles meant it was enough to create a storm of death. Not to mention the fact that Miracle Commerce had developed a multi-barreled heavy firearm that had a total of 6 barrels and could fire 6,000 bullets per minute. This was a weapon that was even more violent than the storm rifles, and Miracle Commerce's weapon designers called it the Destruction Heavy Rifle. Although it couldn't be moved, once it was fixed, it could instantly create a strong suppressive fire in an area. Because of the high material requirements and high energy requirements, there was not enough production of these heavy machine guns. The entire army only had 10 of them, but it was enough to create a terrifying killing effect. With this kind of disparity in strength, was there even a need to fight? It wasn't that Chu Tian looked down on these fellows. Not to mention their current numbers. Even if the warhounds increased their numbers by 3-5 times, they still wouldn't be able to pose a threat to the Southern Summer Fleet. Miracle Commerce bought large amounts of materials and metals from all over the world, and most of them were used to create the source energy weapons. They had never sold large amounts of weapons from start to finish, and used all of their high-end weapons on their own army, selling the rest to Southern Xia. The current destructive power of this army was not something any army could imagine. The warhounds' aerial forces collapsed as soon as they clashed with the Southern Xia fleet. Only a small portion of them escaped in a sorry state, not daring to approach Southern Xia's army again. Seal the fortress! Seal the fortress! Several wolf race commanders roared out in shock and anger. They never would have thought that the Southern Summer Country would become this powerful. Their weapons progress was just too fast. It hadn't even been a year since the Imperial City battle, and their firepower had increased by more than 10 times. The warhounds' fortress soldiers were busy preparing their defenses. Several dozen earth-shattering explosions came from the fortress. The source energy bombs that Chu, Tian, and Vivian had secretly placed had all exploded, although it was just several dozen source energy bombs. Even if they were the most powerful bombs, it was not enough to destroy the several 100,000 soldiers. However, not killing them did not mean they had no effect. The source energy bombs were placed in important areas of the fortress, and this series of explosions not only caused the fortress defenses to collapse, it also caused all kinds of fortifications to lose their effectiveness. The fortress soldiers were in a mess, already falling into chaos. The Southern Summer Army had enough time to reach the port. The source energy cannons on the ships began to wildly bombard, turning the warhounds' ships and port into ruins. Fully armed barbarian berserkers began to disembark. The warhounds' port guards could not stop them. Miracle Commerce's berserker, heavy infantry disembarked without any obstructions. These barbarian soldiers were armed to the teeth as they charged towards the exploding and burning fortress several miles away, preparing all kinds of equipment. It was almost at the same time. Several airships appeared above the warhounds' fortress, and one of the Heaven's Punishment airships had already opened its bomb bay. As long as Miracle Commerce gave the order to attack, countless powerful bombs would rain down on the fortress. It's over. It was completely over. The warhound's fortress was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Whether it was the Berserker army, the bombing airships, or the over 100,000 soldiers of Southern Xia, the fortress was in chaos, and there was no way to stop them at all. Although the spirit beasts were fierce by nature, facing this absolute disadvantage, they were filled with despair. They couldn't even display the spirit of a trapped beast. Chu Tian saw that the situation was about right. He picked up a communication device and opened the public channel. Everyone pay attention, stop attacking. Everyone pay attention, stop attacking. All the attacking forces stopped attacking. But the air, land, and water forces were already suppressing the fortress. Countless weapons were still aimed at the fortress, and the warhounds did not have any leeway to fight back. Connect to to the airship loudspeakers. Chu Tian's communication device was connected to the loudspeakers on the airships. His voice could be transmitted to the entire fortress through these loudspeakers, allowing every soldier in the fortress to hear him clearly. Good friends, I am called Chu Tian. I think everyone knows me, so I'm too lazy to introduce myself. With the current situation, you have no chance of winning. I'll give you a chance to live. Kill the Eagle Burial Kingdom's commander, put down your weapons, and surrender. I swear on my honor that I will not kill or mistreat any captives. Don't believe them. The expressions of the two commanders from the Eagle Burial Kingdom fell. Humans are despicable and cunning. They can't be trusted. We have already displayed our strength. There is no chance for us in this battle. Even if the Eagle Burial Kingdom personally comes, Miracle Commerce and Southern Xia are not afraid at all. Since there is no need to fight this battle, why do you need to make pointless sacrifices for the Eagle Burial Kingdom? I'll give you 5 minutes. If the reply I want doesn't appear, I can only turn this place into scorched earth and set the entire Warhound Plains on fire. I'll slaughter your entire tribe. This was a blatant threat. Did the Warhounds people have a choice? The spirit beasts were fierce by nature. They knew that with the current situation, it was impossible to take down Southern Xia. Under the survival instincts of wild beasts, there was an uproar in the fortress. Not long passed. This uproar calmed down. The two Eagle Burial Kingdom commanders and several dozen high-ranking Eagle Burial Kingdom generals were killed. The several 100,000 fortress soldiers threw down their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. The Southern Xia people were a bit confused. Southern Xia clearly had the advantage. So why did they let go of these forces? If these several 100,000 people were killed, the Warhounds would be heavily injured, and it would be hard for them to recover. Our true enemy is the Eagle Burial Kingdom, and the Warhounds Plains are the buffer between the Eagle Burial Kingdom and the Southern Summer Kingdom. As long as we force the Warhounds to betray the Eagle Burial Kingdom, the Warhounds Plains will automatically become our buffer against the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Not only can we not kill these Warhounds Plains soldiers, we must release them when necessary and even provide them with some equipment and help. Chu Tian said this before adding another point. Other than that, with this example of not killing captives, it will be much easier for us to recover later on. It was like what Chu Tian said. Not only did the Southern Summer Kingdom not kill these several 100,000 soldiers, they even fed them well. When Southern Xia sent out 3 armies to recover the Imperial Region, Furnace State, and Tsang State, they were unobstructed. The Warhounds already had no confidence, and their morale was low. Now that their main force of several 100,000 had been defeated, what reason did they have to put up a desperate resistance? The Southern Xia army opened up 1,000 miles and finally regained all the land they lost half a year ago. Chapter 456. The Warhounds' southern fortress was effortlessly captured by the Southern Summer Country. The general situation was set in stone, and there was no other way to change it. So what if the Warhounds Plains had tens of millions of spirit beasts as soldiers? Fighting in this world was never about numbers. Miracle Commerce's 30,000 berserkers could kill hundreds of thousands of enemies as easily as drinking water. The Warhounds' elites had been seriously consumed over a long period of time, and after several large battles. How could they have any excess left? Not to mention that war was not about military strength, but rather national strength. The Warhounds' kingdom had already gone through many hardships. So how could they raise another large army? The several 100,000 soldiers in the southern fortress were just relying on the food and resources they had plundered from Southern Xia. After the several 100,000 elite soldiers surrendered, the Warhounds Plains did not have any soldiers or food. On the other hand, Chu Tian's subordinates were like clouds, and Arnold led the forest locals to instantly kill the prairie experts. Even if they were placed in the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom, they would still be considered first or second-class experts. It was because of this that when Chu Tian attacked Imperial City, Arnold and several dozen people charged forward, but when they returned, they did not know who the Fang King was. Everyone searched and found that the new Warhound's king had been killed by several dozen people. This pitiful Warhound's king had truly died a useless death. Arnold did not realize that he was a king at all and treated him like a lackey. The entire imperial region, Song State, and Furnace State had all been captured. The Warhound's plains were like dried oil lamps. How could they resist the powerful southern summer country? The Warhound's kingdom, this regime that had been established for less than half a year, had already collapsed. The large tribes of the Warhound's plains had suffered heavy losses. It could be said that they tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. They would most likely blame each other, and the entire plains would return to their scattered state, with no chance of a comeback. When they returned to the former imperial city of the southern summer country, this city did not have the prosperity of several hundred years. In that incomparably tragic imperial city battle, 2 of the 3 rulers of the southern summer, 3 rulers had died, and over 100,000 soldiers had been bathed in blood. In the end, the city had formed a resistance army of several 100,000. Unfortunately, resistance was futile. In the Battle of Imperial City, 1/3 of the city was destroyed, and the population was reduced by 1/5. After the Warhounds took over Imperial City, they looted the entire city and took all the treasures and resources. They turned the humans into spirit beast slaves and killed anyone who resisted, reducing the population by another 1/5. The Warhound's southern attack had failed, and the entire army had suffered heavy losses. But luckily, the previous Fang King had foresight and left the elite Demon Wolf cavalry in the Imperial region. So although the entire army had been wiped out and the Fang King had died, the Warhounds still had enough strength to defend their rear. The Eagle Burial Kingdom urgently sent a new king. Because the Warring Kingdom was in a tight situation on all sides, the Eagle Burial Kingdom was fighting at least 8 countries at the same time, so they did not have any extra strength to attack the small southern summer country. This Warhound's king could not wait for reinforcements, so he could only learn from his predecessor's failure. He decided to prepare for a long battle. The Warhound's king enslaved several million humans, opening up fields in the wilderness to provide supplies for the Warhounds. He enslaved several million people to build the southern fortress and repair the destroyed docks to prepare for a long battle. He enslaved several million people to build ships and forge equipment to prepare for the battle in the future. In order to not give southern Xia a chance to breathe, he sent out teams to disturb them. During this process, there were at least 10 million people who were forced to work. They were beaten to death, worked to death, starved to death, ran away, and resisted. In short, the remaining population was reduced to less than half. The war, enslavement, and running for their lives caused almost all the adult males to die. As for the females, this was relatively lucky because the spirit beasts had no interest in human women, but their lack of interest did not mean other people had no interest. The Warhound's king prepared more resources and funds, so he ordered his army to capture large amounts of young and beautiful human women and sell them to the northern countries. However, because it was troublesome and took a long time, there weren't many sold, but it still caused quite a bit of population loss. In short, after half a year of war, the people had no way to live. The northern population was less than 1/4 of what it used to be. When the old imperial city's scorched black gates were opened, the once bustling streets were filled with collapsed walls. The stench filled the air, and it was a complete mess. There were no adult males in sight, and the ones that came out were all women, children, and old people. They were all wearing ragged clothes and hugging their clothes. How could there be any of the proud citizens of Imperial City? They were simply a group of beggars. Our king has finally returned. We knew that the southern summer country would not abandon us. Long live the southern summer country. Long live the southern summer country. Long live the southern summer country. Countless beggars cried out as they gathered on the streets. This scene was undoubtedly very touching. They were once proud citizens of Imperial City, living rich lives, but now their families had been torn apart. The Southern Summer King revealed a look of shame. All of this was because the northern defenses were not good, and they finally gave up on Imperial City and the two northern states. The Southern Summer King was the calm martial ruler of the southern summer country, the commander of the army, and the highest commander on the front lines. Everything becoming like this was a major dereliction of duty on his part. The warhounds are destined to be destroyed. The warhounds' planes will no longer be able to cause trouble. The southern summer country will work with miracle commerce to conquer them. Everyone needs to quickly rebuild their homes. The southern summer people quickly comforted the refugees. The Meng Qingwu sisters, Nangong Yun, Vivian, and the others all revealed pained expressions, especially the emotional Meng Yingying. She simply did not dare believe that in just half a year, Imperial City had turned into a ghost city. The citizens were all skin and bones from starvation, living like lonely ghosts in the ruins. Was this the cruelty of war? Meng Yingying felt a strong sense of guilt. Southern Xia's northern side had fallen, and the tens of millions of people were suffering, but she still lived a rich life, almost forgetting about this place. Thinking about it, if this world did not have Chu Tian, perhaps all of southern Xia would not have been able to escape. How could she be any better than these people? Although it was not her responsibility, she still felt a strong sense of guilt. Meng Yingying pulled on Chu Tian's clothes. Let's help them rebuild the city. Chu Tian gave a slight nod. Rebuilding the homeland is easy, but defending it is hard. We need to take care of the northern side. Only then can we prevent this matter from happening again. Meng Qingwu ordered Vivian to use the space warehouse to bring large amounts of medicine and supplies to the refugees, which could temporarily alleviate the urgent situation. The southern reinforcements would arrive in a few days, so there was no need to worry about this matter. They sat together for a meeting. The contents of this meeting were how to repair southern Xia, how to deal with the prisoners, and how to clean up the northern prairies. The Warhounds King's strategy was very conservative, but strictly speaking, it was correct. The Warhounds madly enslaved humans to open up land, build forts, build ships, and make equipment. 1, they could accumulate strength, and 2, they could wait for the best time. The only thing they didn't expect was that southern Xia was changing too quickly. Now, the Warhounds' kingdom was finished. Southern Xia had captured at least 800,000 spirit beasts in the Imperial Region, Song State, and Furnace State, including the 100,000 demon wolf cavalry from the Eagle Burial Kingdom. How to deal with these troops was a headache. According to reason, these were all evil invaders. They should have burned them all in the old Imperial City to vent the anger of the people and raise morale, but reason told everyone that this wasn't right. 60 to 70% of the prisoners were elites of the Warhounds' plains, and the rest were sent by the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Now that they had betrayed the Eagle Burial Kingdom, if they could use them, this strength could become a barrier for the southern summer country to defend against the Eagle Burial Kingdom's invasion in the north. Chu Tian once again gave his opinion. I think that when we return the Warhounds Plains, we can create a puppet regime in the Warhounds Plains and create a northern militant kingdom. We can only be assured if we control the plains in our hands. Prop up a puppet regime? The southern Summer King agreed in his heart, but the possibility of it being implemented was not high. The Warhounds and the southern summer country are old enemies. Is it easy to create a puppet regime? Actually, it's not hard. We can leave this matter to miracle commerce. Meng Qingwu began to plan. We have many experts in the forest, whether it is spirit beasts or other races. There are quite a few of them. We can send a few strong spirit beasts to establish a colonial power in the Warhounds Plains. Other than that, the shaman priest Luz, I think he should be very interested in developing his shaman religion on the plains. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. The Warhounds Plains is a natural, fertile land for the shaman religion, and we have all seen the shaman sorcerer's methods. With Luz's ability and our miracle commerce's strength, it won't take long for those thorns to be controlled. Whether it is convincing or being controlled by goo insects, there are ways to make them kneel at our feet. That's right, we can imitate the Eagle Burial Kingdom's method and use their colonial power to rule the Warhounds Plains, using their faith to consolidate their rule. When we completely control the plains, whether it is the plains or miracle commerce, we can create a win-win situation. I think that as long as the tribes of the plains aren't stupid, they will give up on the Eagle Burial Kingdom and join us. The Southern Summer King saw that the two of them were filled with confidence, so he asked in a probing voice, "Are you confident?" Sending several 100,000 elites back to the plains, Southern Xia would have to bear a large risk. Southern Summer King doesn't need to worry. We just need to choose a suitable Northern Militant King, and the Northern Militant Kingdom will be established in a few months. Chu Tian swept his eyes over the vast prairies. Right now, our momentum is at its peak, so why don't we take back the ancestral lands of the Southern Summer Country? From now on, we'll call the country Great Summer. With this said, even the Southern Summer King, with his calm personality, revealed an excited expression. Gu Qianxiu and Yun Tianhe were filled with joy. The wish of Southern Xia was to take back their ancestral land and rebuild Great Summer. This goal was already right in front of them. Although the kingdom's current national strength and population did not live up to its name, with the kingdom's current potential and speed of development, the Great Summer Country's name was well-deserved. Chapter 4:57. Establishing a northern militant country puppet regime on the Warhounds Plains was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Rather, it was a strategic decision made by Miracle City. Whether it was Chu Tian or Meng Qingwu, they both recognized a problem. Miracle commerce was an outside power, so it was not an easy matter for them to expand in the Forest of Chaos. The Forest of Chaos was an endless civilized wilderness on the surface, but the seemingly barren wasteland was actually very complicated. The entire Forest of Chaos was filled with large amounts of hidden powers. Miracle Commerce was a subsidiary power of the Eternal Forest in name, but they did not have enough support from the Eternal Forest. They might not be able to feel it at the start, but before long, all the powers would come from all directions. It wasn't hard to foresee that Miracle Commerce would be hindered in the future, not to mention expanding their territory to attack cities. Even if they built factories, built barracks, or mined large amounts, it would attract the jealousy of others. Now, they could use this chance to release a portion of their strength and resources and export them to the outside world to establish a power. Using Miracle Commerce's superiority in transportation, they would not be limited by space even if they were tens of thousands of miles away, allowing them to invest and expand. The Northern Militant Country Puppet Regime had a large significance. This would be an independent kingdom under Miracle Commerce's control. Meng Qingwu had studied the northern plains of the Southern Summer Country. This plains was very large, including the Imperial Region Plains, Tsang State Plains, and the Warhounds Plains. Moreover, it extended in all directions, covering an area of several tens of millions of square kilometers. It was like the borders of 4 or 5 kingdoms, so the natural foundation was not bad. It was just that the native spirit beasts were too stupid. The Warhounds Plains occupied 60% of the plains, spanning over 10,000 miles. The terrain was smooth and there were no natural barriers, so it could become the center of a region in the future. The Warhound's Plains was not a barren land. There were tens of millions of spirit beasts and hundreds of thousands of miles of fertile plains. Whether it was the population, soil, or resources, they all had a lot of value to develop. It was just that the stupid spirit beasts did not know how to develop it. Once the puppet regime was established on the Warhound's Plains, the southern Xia side would also give them a large amount of support because the north was stable and the resources could be shared. This was in line with the Great Summer Country's core benefits. If the north and south were connected like this, they would not lose to a warring kingdom-level kingdom. And so it was happily decided. Chu Tian made a decision on the spot. Dongfang Howren, you will be stationed on the Warhound's Plains front lines and stabilize the situation there. Luz will bring the shaman priests to the Warhound's Plains to spread the shaman religion. Arnold, you can think of a way to win over the Warhound's Plains. This land is very fertile. How much territory and people you can steal will all depend on your own abilities. Everyone was tempted, especially the orc Luz. Luz was the chief priest of Miracle City's shaman religion, and he knew that the Warhound's Plains was suitable for establishing the shaman religion. The large Warhound's tribes were poor, and now they were facing a bitter defeat, so it was the best time for a religion to invade. As long as Miracle Commerce provided material support, the orthodox shaman religion would spread in this land. Only Luz was a bit worried. He hesitantly said, "Sir City Lord, although the prairies are good, it is too far from the forest. Although the transport tower can directly reach Central State, it will take several days to reach the Warhound's tribe from Central State. I'm afraid there won't be enough manpower." How could I not have thought of this problem? You can be assured I won't be idle. From Central State to the Warhound's country, the distance is a bit big. For efficiency, I will build a transport tower in the northern militant country as soon as possible. In the future, the northern militant country's transport tower will connect to Miracle City's transport tower, and you can go back and forth at any time. The tribe chiefs were overjoyed. This was truly a large piece of good news. If the prairies had a transport tower, what difference was there from Miracle City's back garden? Miracle City's people could come and go as they pleased. There was no need to worry about managing them like this. These tribal chiefs could freely recruit soldiers and buy horses in this region to establish their power. Everyone excitedly received their orders and left. The Warhound's Plains has a transport tower, so it will naturally be more convenient, Meng Qingwu asked with knit brows, but we really can't take out the materials to build the transport tower. This was also the problem that gave Chu Tian a headache. There was the Eye of the Star, the core material for the transport tower, but there weren't enough spatial crystals to use at all. The known materials had already been used up by Chu Tian. How could this kind of rare material be easily obtained? There was no other choice. They could only search and do their best to search. Chu Tian said, "We'll split up and search. The young miss will be in charge of purchasing materials in the forest, and I'll go to the north and other regions, searching in the markets of the surrounding large countries. I think there will be some harvests. I'll also use this chance to open up several markets for Miracle Commerce and inquire about the situation of the nearby kingdoms." The northern militant country's regime could not be established overnight. Miracle Commerce did not lack money or resources. It was only a matter of time. Meng Qingwu brought people back to Miracle City. Miracle City was still full of things to do. They couldn't be without a leader for a long time. She was in a rush to deploy the smart brain and establish the city's intelligent management system. Chu Tian was very bored staying in the forest for several months. Using the excuse of purchasing materials and establishing the northern militant country's regime, he planned to take a look around the nearby countries, so he was not in a rush to return. Nangong, Vivian, and the others all had missions. So although they wanted to follow Chu Tian, they couldn't leave right now. so they could only obediently follow the young miss back to the city. 1 week later, the Southern Summer King, Dongfang Gan, announced in the old imperial city that the country would be changed to Great Summer. The north had been heavily damaged, and for the development of the kingdom, the Great Summer country made Central State City the new capital. Furnace State and Song State remained the same, but the imperial region and the lost land in the north were divided into 7 new states. The Great Xia Kingdom didn't have the intention to continue expanding to the north. They expanded to the south, west, and east. They occupied more desolate lands and established 3 more prefectures. The Great Xia Kingdom had a total of 16 prefectures and counties, which was more than double the original size. In terms of land area, the Great Xia Kingdom was already a large kingdom in name and in reality. The Great Summer King once again created marquises. The 3 southern and 3 northern states were all controlled by people who held important positions in miracle commerce and had a high status in the Great Summer country. For example, Dongfang Haoren, Gu Qinxiu, Yun Tianhe, as well as the Nangong family and Shangguan family. These 6 areas were made into special administrative areas by the Great Summer country. They were areas developed and managed by Miracle Commerce and the Great Summer country. They supported Miracle Commerce's factories, cities, and army training camps, and they did not collect any taxes at all. Other than that, the country guarding ruler Chu Tian was given the title of Great Summer Country Scholar, and the Yun Meng monarch Meng Qinggu was given the title of Great Summer Foreign Minister. Dongfang Gan was very clear that the Great Summer country's prosperity could not be separated from Miracle Commerce, and Miracle Commerce needed the Great Summer country. The 2 of them were mutually beneficial in order to achieve a win-win situation. What was there to care about with a few more empty titles? Chu Tian had already said that even if the Southern Summer King's throne was given to him, he would not be interested, not to mention this kind of empty title. When the Great Summer country held the title ceremony and National Day ceremony, he did not even attend. At this time, Chu Tian was bringing the 2 young and big beauties galloping into the depths of the prairies. This was a business trip, so Chu Tian was not in a rush to finish his mission. He immediately brought Meng Yingying to have fun on the prairies. Meng Yingying was very happy playing. The prairie scenery was completely different. In this week, she had visited various ancient ruins and mixed into the nomadic tribes. She had seen the magnificent scene of 10,000 horses galloping. There were no external enemies or internal threats. She had Chu Tian by her side every day. They camped together and played together. This was simply one of the happiest moments of her life. On this day, as the sun set, Chu Tian and Meng Yingying were tired from playing. The 2 of them sat shoulder to shoulder on a ball of grass as they watched the sunset. The fiery red sunset dyed the entire sky red, and the prairie was also illuminated in a beautiful golden red color. This boundless and boundless grassland was truly enchanting and pleasing to the eye. Meng Yingying's hands were hugging her knees, and the sunset dyed her white jade-like face red. She said in a casual voice, "Hey, Chu Tian, we've known each other for over a year. Have you forgotten to say something to me?" "Say what? You know it in your heart." Meng Yingying fiercely glared at him. "Humph, I'm telling you, you can't just leave this matter hanging. I'm almost an adult, so if you don't make a move, I won't wait for you." Chu Tian pretended to be stupid. "Yingying, what do you want to say? Why can't I understand anything at all?" The happy mood that Meng Yingying had accumulated over the past few days was suddenly destroyed by this damn fellow. She had already said it this clearly, but this fellow still pretended to be stupid. She gave an angry snort and stood up to leave. "Just wait to regret it. I'm ignoring you." Chu Tian gave a laugh. As soon as she turned around, he immediately reached out to grab her slender waist. You You rogue. Meng Yingying's face turned as red as an apple. She struggled a few times and then half pushed and half leaned into his embrace. You're bullying me. I'll go back and tell my elder sister. Yingying, you're right. There are some things that can't be dilly-dallied. Chu Tian completely ignored Meng Yingying's threats. He closed his eyes and sniffed the fragrance coming from the girl's hair. Let's get married. Meng Yingying felt her mind go blank. What was this bastard's brain thinking? The two of them hadn't even officially started dating yet, but he had already skipped this step. This fellow's way of thinking was hard to accept. Meng Yingying found that she could never keep up with this bastard's thinking. You're not willing? Chu Tian let go and said with a shrug, then forget it. No. I didn't say I'm not willing. Don't misunderstand. Meng Yingying quickly shouted, but then felt that it was a bit inappropriate. It's just, this is a bit too rushed. Also, what about elder sister and the others? It was a bit inappropriate to bring this up at this time. Chu Tian's brows immediately knit together. Although there were many beautiful women by his side, and they were all very outstanding, in comparison, he had known Yingying the longest, so his feelings for her were the purest. The young miss was a great beauty with peerless talent. It was impossible for any normal man not to be moved. The amount of time that Chu Tian spent with the young miss, their interactions, and their feelings were not less than Yingying's, but it was more of a cooperative relationship between colleagues and friends, so it wasn't as natural and sincere as when he was with Yingying. Chu Tian couldn't say who was better, but he felt the most comfortable with Yingying. Humph, I'm not blind. This problem can't be avoided. Elder sister definitely likes you, Meng Yingying indignantly said. There's also Nangong, Vivian, and the others. Even if they don't have that kind of feeling for you, they still worship you and most likely don't have the ability to resist you. I really don't know what's so good about a fellow like you. You have so many problems, but you can still seduce so many women. He really couldn't see it. This little lass was quite perceptive, Chu Tian said with a helpless face. It's my fault that my charm is too high. I'm actually very low-key. I swear to the heavens, I've never taken the initiative to seduce anyone. Meng Yingying gave an unhappy snort. There was no rigid monogamy on the continent, no matter if it was a man or woman. As long as they were outstanding enough, it wasn't strange for them to have multiple partners. It could even be considered a normal matter. Yingying admitted that she was a bit narrow-minded, but she wasn't a stingy person. What made her confused and annoyed was her inferiority complex. That's right. It was inferiority complex. This inferiority complex didn't just come from Chu Tian's excellence, which made her feel that her birth was ordinary and her talent was mediocre, but it also came from a series of strong competitors. Her elder sister, Nangong, and Vivian, each one of them was outstanding. They had strong abilities, good talent, and high birth. These people had a good relationship with her, and she didn't reject them, but there was a sense of crisis deep in her heart. She felt that she wasn't as good as any one of them. It was because of this that the lazy and playful Yingying had completely changed over the past year. She did her best to stay up late and study, working hard to invent the canned food, help develop the space warehouse, help create the spiritual illusion, and etc. Yingying was different from her elder sister, Meng Qingwu. She didn't have any ambitions. She just wanted to catch up. Stupid girl, there really is something wrong with your brain. What are you thinking about all these random things for? Chu Tian could feel the girl's complex and contradictory feelings. He revealed a faint smile and used his hand to support her beautiful face. The Yingying I like will always be unique, and no one can compare to you. After saying this, he slightly lowered his head and kissed the girl's tender lips. Under the beautiful setting sun, the two of them tightly hugged each other.